Welcome back, guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the sixth part of What If Vigilante Deku Was Adopted by Aizawa. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It wasn't terrible. That was the thought that Izuku kept playing over and over in his mind throughout the weekend. It wasn't terrible. It especially wasn't as bad now that he had schoolwork to focus on, Chato to keep him company, and dinner to look forward to. He also wasn't in constant trouble now that he wasn't messing with things around the house. He was being good. The Bashos were being reasonable. Aizawa-sensei was visiting him. Aizawa-sensei wanted him. Maybe. That's what he said. Anyway, so it wasn't terrible. It was only hard when Aizawa-sensei left. Without Izuku. Then, at least for a few hours, while Izuku had to calm himself down, was it terrible? Saturday night, Aizawa-sensei had come with Kayame-sensei and Samenta-sensei. The last of the three brought a large binder of the work Izuku had missed the past 2 weeks. It would all be due in another 2 weeks, meaning double work for Izuku for now. But that wasn't so bad considering most of the subjects were actually enjoyable, unlike his remedial classes had been. Yamada-sensei, who Izuku had thought would come, was nowhere to be seen. Kayame-sensei brushed it off as him having to work, but a slight shift from Aizawa said something different. Izuku knew better than to ask. The Bashos had made curry encouraging Izuku to help make it. He had actually enjoyed the domestic task until the teachers had arrived. Then he didn't want to leave Aizawa-sensei's side. The man had grumbled at him not to abandon a task he had started, but ultimately let it slide, allowing Izuku to shadow him for the rest of the night. Izuku hadn't even realized he was doing so until they all sat at the table, and he seriously thought about just standing while he ate so that he could remain by the black-haired man's side. This, of course, did not happen. Izuku didn't want to be that pitiful not when he had control still. After dinner, Izuku did homework in the living room, while the teachers warned the Bashos against certain behaviors. Cementos had quite a few stories about Deku from when he had first arrived at UA, and Aizawa had told them places to look if things went missing. A few more knickknacks had been found shortly after, and Izuku was made to apologize to the Bashos for a second time in reference to turning their house upside down. Then, at 19 o'clock, the teachers had to leave. Izuku had been good. He had said goodbye at the door, since he wasn't allowed to leave the threshold past 19 o'clock at all. He had waved at the three as they drove away. He had stepped away from the threshold, not even crying. He had shut the door. But when it sealed, the house was suddenly very small and very dark. Then Izuku couldn't breathe and his shoulders and upper back seared with pain. When he became aware again, Izuku was in the room. The Bashos were letting him stay in. Chato was curled up by his neck, and a cold, damp cloth was resting on his forehead. Yamada-sensei was there, his hand close to Izuku's but not touching it, head resting on his shoulder in a light slumber. "Sensei?" Izuku had croaked, throat sore and scratchy. Had he been screaming? The blond man had jolted awake, looking around warily before his gaze landed on Izuku. "Hey, little listener. How are you feeling?" "Fine. Why are you here?" A hesitant, tense look had overcome Yamada-sensei's face before he spoke. "What do you remember?" "I closed the door, and then it locked, and then I was." Tears had filled Izuku's eyes, and he covered his face with his arms to hide himself. That was when he noticed that his arms were wrapped tightly, and there were bandages along his face. "Izuku, you had a panic attack. One of your more serious ones." Yamada-sensei said slowly. "Do you not remember anything?" Izuku shook his head. "They, in the sea closet. I see couldn't." Izuku was shaking as the dark space filled his memory. "You weren't put in a closet, Izuku. You were in the living room." "Where's Aizawa-sensei?" Izuku had asked softly. "I told him to go home, before you woke up," Yamada said. "Why?" "Because, I think." The man had sighed before running a hand through his long hair. Now that Izuku was capable of paying attention, he noticed that it was down. It was one of the first times he had ever seen it in the same fashion that Aizawa-sensei usually wore his hair completely down. I think, if he was here, it would have set you off again when he would have needed to leave. Yamada-sensei sighed. So I stayed instead. Izuku had turned towards the man then. I'm glad you stayed. I'm sorry I caused TT trouble again. I was trying to do well. I even said goodbye, and I didn't cry or anything. It was just the lock. When it CCLC ked. It sounded like when they used to lock me in the closet. Yamada-sensei had looked at him with surprise. Izuku still wasn't sure if it was because Izuku hadn't cried, or if it was because he had shared something from his past. The boy would never have dreamed it was because Yamada had been afraid Izuku would be angry that he wasn't Aizawa. Izuku took the brief silence to assess his arms. They were completely wrapped in bandages. Blood seeped through in some places. I look like Aizawa-sensei now, he said, a small laugh bubbling up. We should wrap you in toilet paper, and we can all be mummies on Monday. Izuku laughed. Maybe all the teachers can. Izuku said, looking at the weak smile on Yamada-sensei's face before dropping his own. I know it's not really funny, I just prefer when you're happy, he said, studying the voice hero's face. Yamada had smiled more genuinely that time. It's fine to make jokes, little listener. I'm sorry I'm not my bubbly self. He laughed, though it died near the end, sounding even more depressed. Kid, you scared me tonight. I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize. I just wanted you to know. To understand. I need to understand. The man shifted uncomfortably before leveling Izuku with his greenish-yellow gaze. Are you actually speaking with Inuisan in therapy? Is it helping? Do you need more? I do not need more therapy, Deku said defiantly. I know you don't like therapy, but you need help, Izuku. It's okay to need help. I didn't mean to break down. I know you didn't. I'm not blaming you. I want to do what's best for you. I don't need you to. I'm fine. Izuku. Right now is not the best time to be saying that. All I did was scratch a little, Deku bit back. It's not life-threatening or anything. I've dealt with this for years. I'll be fine. I am fine. Yamada squared his shoulders before standing. Come here. Follow me, Yamada said, a stern edge to his tone. Deku kicked his legs over the side of the bed nervously, following Yamada towards the bedroom door and out to the main living area. Heiatsun and Rinnesan were cleaning up broken glass off the floor. The bookshelf had been knocked over and was lying on its side. A window was covered by a sheet that was duct taped to the wall. Rinnesan had bandages on her arms as well. Tear tracks ran down her face, while Heiatsun simply looked pale. You did more than just scratch, Izuku, Yamada-sensei said cautiously, watching Izuku like a hawk. Izuku had frozen in the hallway, eyes blown wide as he took in the damage that had been caused. Then, without speaking, he had turned and gone back to his room. Yamada-sensei had followed, rubbing his knuckles nervously as he awaited the boy's response. I'll talk to Inuisan, for real. I don't think it will help, he whispered. But if everyone else thinks it will, I'll talk. The boy looked down at his hands, which were already picking at the wrappings on his wrists. Is Rinnesan? She's fine. You didn't attack her. She was just trying to calm you down and ended up in the crossfire while you were trying to harm yourself. Recovery girl will be by tomorrow, to heal you both so neither of you scar. Izuku nodded. Izuku, Yamada said, drawing the boy's gaze once more. I'm really glad you are okay now. And then the man smiled a blinding smile that put the green-eyed boy at ease. The following day, Sunday, Recovery Girl came by around 15 o'clock, unable to stay for dinner. Whilst there, she spoke to Izuku about Aizawa. Are you sure you want him to come? After last night. It wasn't because of Aizawa-sensei, Izuku shouted, cutting the woman off. It was the sound. It would have happened no matter what, he said quieter. The sound? Heiatsun asked. Of the lock. I've always been in a different room when you turned it. It sounds like the other lock. The one on the sea closet. I used to be locked away a lot. I'm sorry. Really I am. Izuku mumbled. HM. Recovery girl hummed. And you don't think Aizawa leaving had anything to do with it? Izuku paused. Izuku had shifted uncomfortably at the question. It hurt. When he left, I probably would have had a hard time anyway. But, and not like that. Every time he leaves or I have to leave, I think it will be forever. So, he was probably part of it. But, it will be worse if I can't see him. Izuku said, looking up into Recovery Girl's eyes as he spoke the last part. The woman had sighed before healing his wounds and sending Izuku off for a nap. Aizawa-sensei had come that night, along with Yamada-sensei. Yamada-sensei had made Izuku keep a distance from his husband, not allowing for the clingy actions that Izuku had done the night before. Then, Yamada-sensei had stayed an extra hour past when Aizawa left to ensure that the boy was calm before leaving the home for himself. Over the next week, Izuku continued to attend school at UA. Every morning, he would wake up if he slept, that is feed and play with Chato, clean the litter box, and start on breakfast. Halfway through making the meal, Rin-san would take over the cooking and send Izuku to get ready for school. On the mornings where he hadn't slept, Izuku would already be dressed. So instead, he would work on his catch-up homework. Hayatsun and Rin-san insisted on eating breakfast and dinner together. Something that amused Izuku when he realized that Hayat was in no way a morning person, often half-sleeping as he ate his meal and completely unable to join in with any conversation. Then, after a cup of coffee for both adults, they would leave for UA. School was nice. It was more familiar than the Basho home. With the exception of Anzai, who was now tormenting Izuku with a new fire in his eyes, everything was going well. Izuku liked the extra day of the support course, especially now that everyone was working hard on creating personal equipment to use in the sports festival. Izuku had managed to create a few new tools that would do wonders for his mobility and defense. After-school activities weren't bad either. It was these moments that he looked forward to most, actually, because he usually got to spend time with Aizawa-sensei during them. Training with Shinsu was refreshing. Aizawa-sensei still refused to allow Shinsu to brainwash Izuku, especially when the boy let it slip how it had actually really bothered him the last time Shinsu had taken control accidentally. It had been made very clear by the pro hero that no intentional brainwashing would be permitted between the two students for right now. Instead, Izuku would take on the role of analyzer, just as he had during the first session. The hard part was when Izuku was forced to leave. Even when Izuku went into the process with a positive attitude, it always ended in tears or screaming. Sometimes both. He knew he was being difficult. He knew he was causing trouble. But he couldn't stop his reactions. Whenever he left, it felt as if he was being ripped in two. Sometimes, the mental pain would turn physical and Izuku would end up begging Aizawa to stay with him, just to put out the fire that was burning his back so viciously. On Wednesday, he had actually made himself throw up from the panic and tears before the bath shows. Yamada-sensei and Aizawa-sensei could calm him down. On Friday, Izuku had had another total meltdown. It seemed that Fridays were the worst for Izuku. He would become distraught at the thought of not being near the man for most of the day. Even the promise of a nightly visit didn't calm Izuku. In the end, the only reason he ended up leaving was because Aizawa had pointed out that Chato was still at the Basho house and was probably hungry. He had to take care of her. He couldn't just let her be hungry. So he had finally agreed to leave. On Saturday, Yamada-sensei stayed after Aizawa-sensei had left once more. Even though Izuku cried for him, begging Yamada to call him back, the voice hero hadn't budged. Deku had been pissed and ultimately had hit and bit the man when Yamada-sensei physically prevented him from running after Aizawa-sensei. If you leave this house, the cuffs will activate. What will you do then? Yamada-sensei had tried to reason. That will make him come back, Deku screamed in return. Yamada-sensei's eyes had flashed with a knowing look before turning sad and then hard. If you leave this house, if the cuffs activate, I will tell Aizawa to stay away. He will not come to calm you down. I won't let him. At that, Deku had backed away from the man with fear, hurt, and betrayal evident in every aspect of his body language. Deku had gone back to his room for the night and spent another 9 hours in sleepless agony at being locked away. On Sunday, Deku had a plan and a change of tactics. He wouldn't allow Yamada to keep him from Aizawa. He would make sure that Aizawa stayed. He wouldn't let him leave. Izuku had been sitting at the coffee table with Yamada, working on the English work he had to catch up on. Aizawa had been sitting on the couch next to them, watching and listening. Then, with a glance at the clock on the wall, Aizawa had stood. "I have to go, kid." Izuku had shot up immediately, going to Aizawa-sensei's side and holding tightly to a piece of the capture scarf that was hanging low. It was then that the boy noticed Yamada's look. It was a warning not towards Izuku, but towards Aizawa. "I'll see you at school tomorrow." Izuku looked from Yamada-sensei back to Aizawa-sensei. I want you to stay," Izuku said, voice wavering slightly. "I can't, kid." "Why not?" "This isn't my house, Izuku," Aizawa had said softly. Izuku looked back at Yamada-sensei, who was looking back at his work, head tilted slightly and clearly listening. "Why aren't you leaving, Yamada-sensei?" "He's going to stay a little longer, just to make sure you are okay," Aizawa answered for his husband. "Just like yesterday and last Sunday." Izuku stilled, slowly looking back at the man. "I'd be fine if you would just stay, or take me with you. They don't even have locks like that at UA. Yamada-sensei wouldn't have to stand guard." "Izuku, we've talked about this," Aizawa said slowly, watching the boy's reactions. "Why do you have to keep leaving?" Deku asked, anger rising in his chest. "Just take me back. This is stupid." "Izuku-kun," Yamada-sensei started, finally adding into the conversation. "He can't just take you. That's kidnapping." "I don't care," Deku shouted, focusing on Aizawa. "You said you wanted me. You said you loved me." "I do," Aizawa said, voice firm and without hesitation. It made Izuku draw back a step. The boy hadn't actually expected such a definitive reply. "Then why are you leaving? Why are your words so different from your actions? If you actually cared, you wouldn't leave." "You're wrong, little listener," Yamada-sensei said softly. "If he stayed or took you with him, it would create a whole bunch of new problems. This is the best way right now." Izuku shook his head, not wanting to hear the reason. I'll just have another breakdown. I can already feel it. Stay so it doesn't happen." Deku tried, voice wavering as he spoke the half-truth, half-lie. "Yamada will be here. I have to go," Aizawa said, removing Izuku's hands from the capture scarf and backing away a few steps. Deku shook in place, handsing into fists as the man backed away another step. Deku fought with himself. He was angry. He wanted Aizawa-sensei to stay. It would be relatively easy to do so too. He only had to lash out. He only had to cry and scratch or pull at his hair. But then what? He would still leave in the end anyway. He had left last week after Izuku had an attack, and then he had people questioning whether Izuku should see him at all. So instead, the boy ran forward and hugged the man. "I hate you," Deku said through his tears. "I hate you," he said again as he backed away, running back to the room he was staying in and slamming the door shut behind him. In the room, with Chato swatting at him from the chair by the desk, Deku had fallen to his knees and cried once again. Yamada-sensei had checked on him 30 minutes later. By then, Izuku had managed to maneuver himself under the covers of the bed. "TT tell him IT take it BB back. ID didn't mean it. ITH thought it WW would make him SSA. T tell him IDD didn't mean it. I lid. T tell him I lid." Izuku sobbed when the blonde entered. "T tell him I lid." "Okay, little listener. I'll tell him." Then silence fell as Yamada waited for the boy to calm down. "HHEW won't want me now," Izuku said after 10 minutes or so. "He still loves you, Izuku," Yamada replied. "He still wants you. But he wants what's best for you first and foremost. For that, he had to leave. I don't understand how that's what's best. Izuku, even if Nezu can get a meeting with those in charge for your case, the appeal might still be denied. If that happens, Izuku, you need to learn to be okay with the bashos. You need to learn to rely on them. If the appeal fails, you won't be allowed at UA. That means a lot less contact with Aizawa. We have to try distancing now, before it happens all at once. This is stupid." If the appeal fails, I'll just run away again. I'll make them let me go back. Kid, things won't always work out in your favor. If you pull that stunt again, running away, you might not be so lucky as you were last time. They might put you in juvie for breaking your parole. Do you understand? Deku growled at Yamada. You are doing this on purpose, he yelled. You don't want Aizawa to want me. You're jealous or… Deku looked around the room, searching for something else to say. You're keeping him away. You don't care about me. No one but Aizawa-sensei cares. Yamada-sensei stood up from the bed then. Izuku stopped, immediately regretting his words when he thought Yamada-sensei was going to leave. Instead, the man turned to face him. It's fine if you don't believe me. But I will always care about you, Izuku. I understand your anger. I get it. I've had it before. I know it doesn't make sense from your perspective, but someday you will understand. Izuku backed away from the man, shame at his words working its way through his body. You can be as angry as you want at me. I don't mind. Yamada-sensei said softly. I still have to aid in the separation, though. I won't just leave you to suffer a sudden separation again. I'm going to ease you into this, just in case. So yell and scream all you want. Lie to yourself if it makes you feel better. But I am doing this for you, Izuku. I'm playing the bad guy for you. Silence overtook the two again as Izuku absorbed his words. You have to leave too. Eventually, yes. Izuku nodded, standing as well. Can we do a little more homework first? Yeah, kiddo. We can do that. I think Hayatsun is good at English too, Izuku said. Maybe he can help when I leave. Yamada said as he opened the bedroom door. Izuku grabbed his arm before he could take a step out. Thank you for playing the bad guy, Izuku said quietly. I'll try harder to adapt. Tension seemed to melt off the older man's shoulders as he smiled at the freckled boy. You're a good kid, Izuku-kun. You're one of the only people to think so, Izuku replied, trailing behind the man on the way back to the main room. When Yamada-sensei left 30 minutes later, Izuku had stayed at the coffee table, working through the multitude of English work with Hayatsun. He was being good. Even as his chest ached, he was being good. Midoriya-kun was warming up to them. It was slow going. The first Saturday night had been awful. But by the following Sunday, the boy had allowed Hayate to help him with homework. Watching her husband and the boy work together gave Rina-san a potential flash of the future. Midoriya would be in the same place, a smile that Rina had yet to truly experience gracing his lips. He wouldn't have the black bands on his wrists or ankles, and his schoolwork would hold the name of some local school. The bags would be gone from under her husband's and Midoriya's eyes. The tension in both of their shoulders would be eased. Maybe Rina would talk to the boy about his potential in becoming a police officer. She had done this with 2 other children in the past. Both had come to Rina's home broken and hateful towards the world. But Hayate and Rina had managed to change things. They had managed to create a happy home for the 2 teens who were both now grown and living happy and successful lives. Rina and Hayate had not adopted either of them, but both called this house a home. Both still stayed in contact with the Basho couple. The first child, Yuki, had even named her own twins after the 2. The babies called them Grandma and Grandpa. Rina wanted that happiness for the boy. She wanted this strange, hurting, connection-desperate child to experience what the last 2 had. She was determined to give him that opportunity. It wasn't so simple, though. This boy, he had so many more problems than the first 2 had had. He was violent. He hurt himself. He was traumatized and had already formed a connection with someone else. He wanted Aizawa-san. At this point, Rina wondered if he needed Aizawa-san. The relationship wasn't the healthiest, but the boy didn't seem to let anyone else in. At first, Rina had thought cutting the boy off completely would be the way to go. But then Midoriya-kun had run away. Then she had seen him with the original foster father. It hurt her to see the boy have such a bond with someone who may be dead tomorrow. It hurt her to know that the boy wanted to follow in his footsteps. It was reckless. It was irresponsible to have allowed the boy into the hero course, and almost cruel to have allowed the boy to form such a strong connection with the pro-hero. But it was already done. And now Now Rina was fighting with herself. She knew the child deserved a normal life. A supporting home that wouldn't test his durability at every turn. But at the same time, it was so late in the game. If she forced the separation from Yua, if she forced the boy away from what he had connected to, it may just destroy the child. So, along with the happy vision of her husband and Midoriya 2 years from now, she had another darker vision as well. Midoriya, sitting at the table still with the black bands. He was skinny, from refusing to eat. His eyes were dark and dead. His hair a ratted mess. He would be cowering at the table, fearful and angry as Hayate tried desperately to connect with him. But by then, it would be too late. The boy would never form another bond again. His last, desperate hope ripped out of his grasp by the very people he would be forced to spend the rest of his adolescence with. There would be no talks of his future. There would be no smiles. They would all know that the boy would end up back on the street, only to eventually end up in prison. Rina refused to let that happen either. So here she was, playing a balancing game with a boy's emotions and life. It was the hardest thing she had ever done. What was the right answer? In Midoriya's case, she just didn't know. But for now, at least the boy was warming up to them with the help of the teachers at UA. For now, at least this balance seemed to work to some extent. Underscore 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 the Deku and Izuku personas, which had been mixing together before the new home, were now starkly separate once again. The switching was constant, even occurring mid-sentence at times. It also happened in any situation, no matter who he was interacting with. After a week of being good. A week of Izuku progressively doing better when having to leave Aizawa-sensei. A week of working as hard as he could to not cause trouble and force Yamada-sensei into the bad guy role. Izuku. No, Deku, ruined it. On Friday, during one of his mute spells of which were also occurring more frequently, Deku had decided to act out physically, instead of the normal verbal banter that he spat. He had been sparring with Anzai, and the kid had just said one thing too much. Deku had outright socked him in the mouth using his full strength. This would have been forgivable if he hadn't followed it up with a pin that Aizawa-sensei and Yua expressly forbade due to the severe injury it could cause. Aizawa-sensei had been extremely pissed and had banned Deku to the far wall to simply watch the rest of the class. The man would not speak to him without Yamada-sensei around, especially when he was angry. While it usually made Deku mad, at that time, Deku had been grateful, hoping the teacher would have the chance to cool down a little before tearing into him. After all, he had sent Anzai to the medical wing with not only a broken nose, but a dislocated shoulder and broken wrist as well. In the end, however, Aizawa-sensei had not lightened his scolding. It had eaten away at Izuku, who now struggled between whether Aizawa-sensei was angry at Deku's actions or if he was angry with Izuku himself. Even with the reassurance that Aizawa-sensei still cared for Izuku, the boy's mind had decided that Aizawa-sensei actually just wanted him to go away. That night, Izuku had completely gone numb when he was made to leave. Not crying or speaking a word. He had simply entered the awaiting car. He was definitely dying, just as he had after they had tested the cuffs. But this time, Aizawa-sensei was upset and unavailable to keep him from drowning. He didn't want to be bothersome, so he just shut down. Maybe Aizawa-sensei wouldn't even visit this weekend. Maybe this was the breaking point. After all, the man was trying to distance himself from Izuku. Maybe this was the perfect opportunity. Instead of entering the car after him, as the Bashos normally did, they had remained outside, shocked. Izuku watched as the two exchanged some words with Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei before all four turned to look at him inside the car. Izuku had turned away at the gaze. Being looked at was like having onlookers for his execution. It only made him sink further into his head. One of the Bashos checked on him every 30 minutes that night. He didn't sleep at all, and when he hadn't snapped out of things by midday on Saturday, Rina-san had made a call and Aizawa-sensei and Kayame-sensei had arrived within 30 minutes. Yamada-sensei was on patrol and would arrive later, they had told him. At first, Izuku had tried avoiding Aizawa-sensei's eye, but eventually, The man had sighed, beckoning Izuku towards him. Are you angry at me? The bandaged man asked. Izuku shook his head, still refusing to meet the man's eye. Do you need help? Aizawa asked next. At that, Izuku had jolted. Because yes, he did need help. He was so cold and every breath just seemed to kill him a little faster. So Izuku nodded. Who do you need? With that, Izuku had only taken a step towards Aizawa-sensei, not daring to move any closer in case the man didn't want Izuku after all. But Aizawa had met him and wrapped his arm around Izuku. And Izuku had cried and finally stopped dying. You don't hate me. No, I don't hate you. Even though I'm BB bad? You are not bad. You just make mistakes. And I still love you, even when you do make them. But you were so mad. I'd be angry with any student who did what you did. That doesn't mean I hate them. If that were true, Bakuyu wouldn't be in one anymore. Yet he still blows up the classroom every other day, doesn't he? Izuku had nodded. For the rest of that day, he was allowed to stay close to Aizawa-sensei, even when Yamada-sensei showed up. Between homework, Izuku had played games with the teachers and bashos. Eventually, he had slowly moved away from Aizawa-sensei's side and moved to his normal spot at the table, between Kayame-sensei and Hayatsun. With the promise that Aizawa-sensei would be back the following day, Izuku had allowed him to leave without breaking down. Underscore 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 underscore. Izuku was struggling, but at the same time, he was slowly getting better at letting Aizawa go. Every day was a struggle, but it wasn't the end of the world. In fact, the physical separation had given Yamada and Aizawa room to hash a few things out. Problems had been building between them for a while, long before Izuku had even come to live at UA. Both he and Yamada had been hiding bitter emotions that had only grown in their silence. Now that they spent most nights at home, instead of at UA, the real arguments had begun. In the end, Yamada had originally felt left behind, as if a major life decision were made without his input or permission. Then, he was insecure when Aizawa had become injured. And Aizawa felt as if Yamada no longer had trust in him physically nor mentally. Would you trust me to have your back in the field? Aizawa had asked in the middle of an argument one night after Izuku had spent yet another evening begging Aizawa to not let the bashos take him away. Right now? No, I wouldn't. Yamada had said back. The conversation had stilled then. Want to explain that in further detail? Aizawa had hissed. Look at yourself, Shota. It doesn't take much to figure out why. Yamada had said back. I'll be fine in a few weeks. You know that Chiyo just wants me to heal naturally for a few more weeks. Because you almost died, Yamada screamed. You wouldn't have to heal naturally if you hadn't been as seriously injured. What did you want me to do? Just let the villains kill my students? Of course not. But you could have tried to run. You and I both know that running wasn't an option. If I hadn't stepped in. I know. Hizashi interrupted. But you ran straight in there, Shota. I know you are strong, and I know that most of those villains were low level, but come on. That isn't anywhere close to your fighting style, and you just ran in head first. Aizawa waited silently for his husband to continue. Would you have done that if Izuku wasn't there? Are you seriously blaming my actions on the kid's presence? Aizawa raged. Yes, how can I not, Shota? So you blame Izuku for this? Aizawa said, motioning to himself. Of course not. Don't twist my words. I'm asking you if you would have jumped in head first without thinking if Izuku hadn't been there. It's a reasonable question. We've discussed the same type of things when discussing the two of us being on the same battlefield. Aizawa had deflated slightly, sitting on the couch with his head in his hand. I don't know, Hizashi. I don't know. How am I supposed to know how I would react if something were different? What was going through your mind when they appeared? What was going through my mind? Seriously. Can you recall your state of mind when a surprise attack occurs? Just try, Shota. Back at the top of the stairs. Tenya said that Izuku had tried to hold you back. That he tried to get you to run. Why didn't you? What crossed your mind that made you do something so reckless? Aizawa growled. Was it your class, or was it Izuku? I don't know, Aizawa said, standing. Neither. Both. I don't know. The two stared at one another before Aizawa spoke again. At first, it was the whole class. I told them to stay together. I told them to get behind me. I saw the warp villain. I had heard the rumors. 13 was ushering them away, and the kid. He broke off from the group, and he looked so terrified, Zashi. So then I had to protect him. Were you showing off? Do you even know me? Aizawa growled. Of course I wasn't FC King showing off. Yamada bowed his head, a show of apology. I was going to go before Izuku tried to stop me. So it wasn't because of him I made the decision. If anything, he made me second guess it. Why couldn't you have just tried to run? Why do you insist on fighting alone in fights that are too much for you to handle by yourself? Aizawa had no answer for that. So instead, he drew the conversation back to where it had started. You don't trust me, because I almost died. I've been on the brink of death many other times. Hisashi. What was so different this time? Shota. Hisashi had sighed, pacing the back wall of their apartment. It's a logical question. I'm aware. Yamada snapped before stilling. What are your priorities, Sho? What do you put first? In a situation like the USJ, my students' lives. Aizawa said back, sounding tired. It should be your own life, Shota. We've talked about this before. If it's between saving me and saving yourself, you save yourself. Aizawa grimaced at his slip. They are kids. I know. And we should do everything in our power to help them. But nothing would come of it if they kill you, and the kids still don't get away. What if that thing, that Namu, had gotten to you sooner? You all would have been dead. Aizawa shifted uncomfortably before anger started to rise in his chest again. Don't judge my actions unless you experienced the same. You don't know what it was like. You weren't there. He spoke as evenly as possible, biting down his emotions. Don't you dare shut down on me, Aizawa Shota. Hisashi warned. You are the one who started it tonight. I get to finish. I'm tired, Hisashi. I'm tired from the day. I'm tired from Izuku. I'm tired of this fight. It's not going anywhere. Hisashi sighed. You don't think I'm not? If we get Izuku back, this needs to be solved, Shota. Do you even want to get him back? Anger flashed in Hisashi's face, and Aizawa held up his hand in a calming gesture. I'm not asking if you care. I know that you do. Now, I'm asking if you think he should come back. Because, to me, it feels like you are separating us, as if the decision has already been made. I'm preparing him for a very likely scenario, Shota. That didn't answer my question. You know my thoughts already. I'm worried about him. About you. I don't know what's best. You can't tell me what's happening right now is better than what we had. Of course not. And for the first time that night, Yamada's voice had strained from unshed tears. Watching him, he's struggling so much. He's so confused and in so much pain. Of course this isn't better. But is it because of us? Because we are allowing him to live in this limbo? Should we just cut contact? Allow him a better chance to connect with the Bashos. We did that originally. He ran away, Zashi. He left on bad terms. He was just ripped away. If we separated with a real goodbye, we'd be abandoning him in his eyes. He'd think that I hated him all along. The tears finally fell from Yamada's eyes at this point, and he moved to sit by his husband, head leaning into the black-haired man's shoulder. What are we supposed to do, Sho? Every option is wrong. Every step forward leads to multiple steps back. The best we can do is to prepare him for every likely scenario. And one of those is that after the appeal, we aren't allowed contact at all. I'm just trying to prepare him. I'm okay being the bad guy to the kid, but please try to see what I see. I can't have you angry at me too. Not for this. Not for trying to help. I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not mad at you. I'm just upset at the situation. I feel lost. The rest of the week passed in a mixed blur of nights. On some, Yamada and Aizawa would be too exhausted to say anything but kind words of encouragement to each other. But on others, they were having the same merry-go-round conversations. They all had one thing in common, however. They all began and ended with Izuku. Izuku would have a bad, or after the first week a good night. Then, one or both men would comment on something, which led to an in-depth discussion, which led to unanswerable questions. From there, tempers would rise. If Aizawa started the fight, it would be from a question about Yamada's traitorous thoughts in reference to Izuku. If Yamada started it, it would be in reference to how the relationship between the two probably wasn't healthy for either party. Then, the disagreement would evolve into personal issues that somehow tied into the boy, even though they had started before his arrival. Underscore 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 on the Wednesday following Izuku's silent episode. Nezu called the boy into his office after his therapy session. The Basshos were in the room when he entered. "I have news, Midoriya-kun," the rat said. "Our appeal has been accepted. The court date is for Friday. Titwo days from now? Thighs Friday. Really?" "Yes. I found out about it on Monday, but wanted to be sure it wouldn't be cancelled." That's great. All right?" Izuku asked, looking at Rin-san, who did not look as pleased as he felt. "That depends. Before we start this process, I think it imperative to ask you about your thoughts now. You have been adapting well with the Basshos. I want you to tell me exactly what it is that you are looking for from this appeal. What would be the perfect ending for you?" I don't understand," Izuku said. "Midoriya-kun." Heiatsun spoke up. "We are asking if you still want to return to Yua custody." "Of course I do," Deku said quickly before realizing who he was speaking to. I'm grateful to you too, but I belong at Yua. I want to be at Yua. We want to present you with more options," Rin-san said. "You could stay with us, Midoriya-kun, and still attend Yua, as if you were a normal student. You could live in our home. Come and go from school like a normal student. We could be your family." What about Aizawa-sensei?" Rin-san paused, looking at her husband. "Well, he would be your teacher. He wouldn't have any legal hold over you. Of course he is welcome to spend time with you, but it would be similar to what we are doing now." "No," Deku stated simply. "That's not what I want. It would prevent you from being pulled from custody again." Rin-san continued. "Yua is not a stable home. It is a school." "It's my home," Deku said. "What if something were to happen again? What if Yua came under attack and the courts found it too dangerous once more? Don't you want a secure and stable place to stay?" Heiatsun asked. Izuku suddenly felt panicky, taking a step back. "They can't just DDDO that a second time, can they?" he asked, looking towards Nezu. "I will not lie to you. This could happen once more should you fall under Yua custody once more," Nezu said, folding his paws together. Izuku stopped and thought. "You asked what IWW would want as a PP perfect case," Izuku said. I don't even know if what IW want is available." "What do you mean, Midoriya-kun?" Izuku took a breath, pulling Deku up so he could speak more clearly. Maybe I don't want to be in the custody of Yua or in the custody of the Basshos," he said, hands fidgeting restlessly with his wrists. "I want to live with Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei. Then they can't take me away if something happens at Yua." Nezu smiled, putting Izuku on edge. "Interesting request. Let's say that isn't available, though." Izuku shifted uncomfortably. Could he live with the Basshos permanently? He had been gradually doing better the past few weeks. Once he became more accustomed to the change, it probably wouldn't be so bad. It felt wrong to think along those lines. But the other option, to be under Yua custody. Could he handle another move if something were to happen? No, he didn't think so. What would happen if I were in Yua custody and they moved me again? Would I go back to your house, Rin-san? The woman paused. I don't know, Midoriya-kun. But probably not. If you appeal our custody, we will probably not be allowed to foster you, Ajin. Ultimately, you are deciding if we are appealing the home or simply the schooling aspect. Nezu clarified. I don't know. Izuku looked at Rin-san and Hayatsun, and then back at Nezu. What about split custody? That way. I could stay at UA, but if something happened, IW wouldn't end up with SS strangers. The adults all looked at one another. If I can't, if Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei don't want to take me in, then I would want to be at UA, with a solid backup plan. But it's not really my choice in the end, is it? I think you will find you may have more autonomy than you think, Nezu said. With that, Izuku was dismissed back to class. Izuku had never felt so out of place by wearing an outfit. He stood before the mirror in the bathroom, observing the dress clothes that he had been told to wear. It wasn't uncomfortable, but it certainly wasn't jeans and a t-shirt. He itched to just take the damn thing off. This wasn't him. But today was important. He had to make a good impression. Today it would be decided if he would stay with the Bastos, or if he would get to go back to UA. Izuku didn't mind the Bastos much, sometimes. They were kind, hard-working, and really tried to make him feel welcome. But they weren't home. If Izuku ever had a home, it was with Aizawa-sensei. No matter what the courts decided, Izuku didn't think that would change. The car ride to the government building was mostly silent, the Bastos sending him worried looks over their shoulders. He didn't blame them. It had taken almost 3 weeks for Izuku to be able to just get in the car with them without completely breaking down. What would happen if things didn't go his way today? What massive scene would he create? In all honesty, Izuku hoped he wouldn't make a scene at all. He didn't want to cause problems in that manner. Anyway, he never wanted to break down and show his weaknesses. It just happened. Upon arrival at the facility, Izuku's nerves were bubbling under his skin. When Hayatsun opened his door, of which was now permanently child-locked, after he had hopped out during the first few days, Izuku hesitated. What if they hate me? He asked, looking up into the soft eyes of his current foster dad. Hayatsun seemed surprised by the question, but schooled his expression quickly, squatting in front of Izuku. I don't know. What do you think would happen? The man asked back. They could move me somewhere, like a group home, or juvie. Are those the worst-case scenarios? Izuku shook his head. The worst scenario is that they lock me away forever, that I never get to see anyone ever again. The words were whispered, strained with the heaviness that the thought brought the teen. Midoriya-kun, you are not a villain. You have done nothing wrong. You've never killed anyone or used a quirk to cause harm. You aren't going to be locked away. Do you understand? Izuku nodded his head. Even if they don't like me? Yes, even if they don't like you. But I'll tell you what, it's pretty hard not to like you, kiddo. Even when you act out. What happens if they say I can't go back to UA? Then you'll probably stay with us. Hayatsun said definitively. I know it's not what you want, but we will work hard to make it bearable. Izuku's fists clenched into his pants, wrinkling the fabric. I appreciate that you've watched over me. But I don't belong with you. You and Rin-san. It's not the same. I belong with Aizawa-sensei. We know you feel that way, Midoriya-kun. We understand why you think it. You're very attached to Aizawa-san. But if things don't go in that direction, we are still going to be here for you. You won't be alone. It's not the worst-case scenario, Izuku said monotone. Hayatsun smiled. I'm glad to hear you say that out loud. Now, let's not be late, okay? Okay. Aizawa-sensei was waiting inside the lobby along with Yamada-sensei. Izuku, who had been trailing behind the Bastos hesitantly, perked up when he saw the bandaged man. Before he really realized he had moved, Izuku was by Aizawa's side, hand finding the man's suit jacket. Aizawa was dressed in a traditional Western-style suit, and his hair pulled back into a ponytail. He would have looked very put together if his face and arms weren't still bandaged. You look stupid dressed like this, the boy whispered. Aizawa snorted, hand running through Izuku's curls. So do you, rat. The room the group entered was relatively large. It was formed in a circular shape with chairs circling a central point. A large group of people filled many of the chairs. The judge who was originally on his case, the police chief, and Nezu occupied a separate bench area near the front along with two people Izuku had never seen. Other familiar faces littered the crowd, but Izuku was too nervous to truly recognize them all. After a few more minutes, everyone had settled, and the meeting was called to start. Court Proceeding Case 383429475552. Subject: Midoriya Izuku. 1. Board members. 2. 3. Leading judge. 4. Sakai Uemi. 5. 6. Supporting judge. 7. Honda Makoto. 8. 9. Chief of police. 10. Tsurigami Kenji. 11. 12. Head of Child Protective Services. 13. Tomita Ren. 14. 15. Lead Case Worker. 16. Mochizuki Jin. 17. 18. Supporting Case Worker. 20. 21. State Lawyers. 22. Akage Rin. 23. Yuhara Yuki. 24. Tanaka Eiko. 25. Miyagawa Chikao. 26. 27. State Diplomats. 28. Kimura Hinata. 29. Furuya Isamu. 30. Maureen Jun. 31. 32. Court-appointed psychologists, behavior analysts, rehabilitators. 33. Ishii Denji. 34. Kano Goro. 35. Sasaki Haruki. 36. Tanaka Itsuko. 37. Nagao Mishio. 38. Horiuchi Satoshi. 39. Wada Takako. 40. 41. Panel Board Add-ins. 42. 43. Yua High School Representative. 44. Principal Nezu Nedzu. 45. 46. Meeting start. 47. 48. Judge, shall we call this meeting to a start? 49. 50. Panel, scattered agreement. 51. 52. Judge, we have been gathered to discuss the case of Midoriya Izuku. 14. Yua High School has sent in an appeal in reference to Midoriya's current living arrangements and schooling. And objections to the topic? 53. 54. Panel, silence. 55. 56. Judge, very well. Multiple options have been presented to the court via pre-written paperwork on behalf of Yua High School and Child Protective Services, hereby known as CPS. The state will begin by explaining the catalyst for the appeal. 57. 58. Supporting judge's judge. The state, along with CPS, removed Midoriya-kun from the care of Yua after the incident at the school-owned Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. Yua was deemed neglectful in its duties to protect the child in care, which resulted in major injuries and near death. 59. 60. Judge, will the representative from CPS please explain further? 61. 62. Tomita CPS head. Midoriya Izuku was removed from Yua custody at the request of the state on the 25th of April, approximately 6 weeks ago. He was relocated to the agreement of the board to the Basho household. With the separation of custody, Midoriya was also removed from Yua enrollment. 63. 64. Judge, CPS. What is your current view on the situation? 65. 66. Tomita. CPS holds the belief that Midoriya should remain out of Yua custody and schooling on the grounds of neglect, endangering a minor, and endangerment of the disabled. 67. 68. Midoriya. What? I'm not disabled. 69. 70. Judge, Midoriya-kun, I ask that you sit and remain quiet during the beginning proceedings. 71. 72. Midoriya. Unintelligible response. 73. 74. Judge, please continue. Tomatasen. 75. 76. Tomita. As was discussed at the previous meeting with this board, it was determined that U.S. allowance of a quirkless individual into the hero department, especially an underaged and unstable individual, was irresponsible at best and criminal at worst. 77. 78. Judge, thank you. Would the UA representative please stand and inform the board as to their views on the topic at hand? 79. 80. Nezu. UA believes that due to the special circumstances under which Midoriya-kun was allowed under care, as well as the previous support of yourself, Judge Sakai, that the school was within its right to permit Midoriya into the hero course based on his exceptional abilities. Thus, the previous ruling of neglect and child endangerment would be null on the basis of normal hero course dangers in reference to villain activity. 81. 82. Judge, thank you Principal Nezu. Would the police chief please explain the special circumstances mentioned by Principal Nezu to the rest of the court? 83. 84. Police Chief Tsurugami PC. Yes, Your Honor. Before his care under UA, Midoriya Izuku was a known vigilante working under the code name Deku. His territory ranged about a quarter of Sector 9, approximately 20 blocks. During his time, he caused many difficulties for the police, including, but not limited to, intercepting official police radio frequencies, unlicensed police and hero work, improper restraint of criminals and villains, refusing arrest, and injuring officers. 85. 86. Midoriya loudly huffs. 87. 88. Judge, I see that you still don't agree that you did anything wrong during your time as a vigilante, Midoriya. 89. 90. Midoriya, that's not true. I can see my mistakes, and I'm sorry for them. But what I did wasn't all bad, like the chief makes it sound. I helped people. 91. 92. Judge, Size Police Chief Tsurugami, is there anything you would like to add? 93. 94. PC. No, Judge Sakai. 95. 96. Judge, let us turn back to the original reason for removal. The attack on the USJ, of which prompted review of Midoriya's living situation. It has already been stated that Midoriya was removed due to the potential neglect of UA, as seen through the injuries that Midoriya incurred. The state would like to welcome Chiyo Shuzunji, Eika Recovery Girl, to the stand. Please go to the center of the room for questioning and restate your name and title for the court. 97. 98. Recovery Girl RG. I am Chiyo Shuzunji, also known by the hero name Recovery Girl. I am the healer at UA High School and the official healer for major government officials. 99. 100. Judge, it is the state's understanding that you were in charge of healing Midoriya after the USJ. 101. 102. RG, yes, I was. 103. 104. Judge, will you please give the court a breakdown of his injuries? To placate HIPAA concerns, the state is officially giving permission for the sharing of information in reference to the ward of the state. Midoriya Izuku's injuries after the USJ attack. 105. 106. RG, very well. Midoriya-kun suffered a multitude of injuries after the attack, the worst of which included a broken rib, a fractured sternum, extreme damage to both of the arms ranging from the shoulder to the fingertips, a severe concussion, a sprained ankle, and blood poisoning of some type, most likely a variant of sea urchin. 107. 108. Judge, without quirk intervention, what would his prognosis have been? 109. 110. RG, Midoriya-kun most likely would have survived, but the injuries would have left him without the use of his arms, and in chronic pain from a few of the other injuries. 111. 112. Judge, were there any complications in the healing process? 113. 114. RG, yes, he developed pneumonia and was put on an intubator for a little over 24 hours. After that, however, there were no issues. Midoriya-kun no longer shows any signs of injury or pain. 115. 116. Judge, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Recovery Girl while she is on the stand? 117. 118. Tamita, yes. You have experience working in the field as a hero healer, correct? 119. 120. RG, yes, that's right. 121. 122. Tomita, based on your experience, how did Midoriya-kun's injuries compare to others on the scale of seriousness? 123. 124. RG, considering Midoriya-kun's injuries were not outright life-threatening, his injuries would not be the worst I have seen. However, the wounds he received seemed to be aimed towards pain and maiming, not death. Due to this, I would say they were on the more serious end of the spectrum. 125. 126. Tomita, did the other students have similar injuries? 127. 128. RG, no. All other students had only minor injuries. 129. 130. Tomita, do you think Midoriya-kun received these injuries as a result of his quirkless status? 131. 132. RG, I was not present for the fight. I can only tell you about the medical side. 133. 134. Tomita, but based on the injuries and your past experience, do you think he would have received those injuries if he had a quirk? Or is it possible that Yua placed a quirkless, defenseless child in a situation that was too advanced for him to physically keep up with? 135. 136. Midoriya stands. 137. 138. Judge, Midoriya-kun, I understand that you want to speak, but now is not the time. Sit down. 139. 140. Midoriya sits. 141. 142. Nezu, if I may interrupt on his behalf, then I can also answer this question far easier than Recovery Girl. 143. 144. Judge, I need an answer from Recovery Girl first, and then you may go ahead. Nezu-san. 145. 146. Recovery Girl, I don't have an answer. As I stated before, I can only inform you on the details of Midoriya-kun's injuries. 147. 148. Judge, thank you, Recovery Girl. You may step down. We may call you back shortly. Nezu-san, you have the floor. 149. 150. Nezu, it is my understanding based on conversation with the staff members who were present, and some of the other students that Midoriya-kun took on a much larger number of villains, and a much more dangerous villain than the other students did. It is also my understanding that he held his own, subduing a large number of villains alongside his teacher before both were restrained by villains and, ultimately, injured. To clarify, Midoriya-kun fought on almost equal footing with a pro-hero, and only became injured when that same hero did. So, to answer your question, Tomita-san, I do not think Midoriya-kun's quirkless status had anything to do with the danger he faced or the injuries he received. 151. 152. Judge, I would like to question the teacher who Midoriya-kun fought alongside. Are they here? 153. 154. Nezu. Yes, the teacher was Aizawa Shota, one of the possible candidates for fostering Midoriya-kun. 155. 156. Judge, would Aizawa Shota please move to the center of the room and state your name and responsibilities in relation to Yua? 157. 158. Aizawa. I am Aizawa Shota. I also go by the hero name Eraserhead. I am a teacher at Yua High School and an underground hero. I was one of 2 teachers on site during the Yasuji attack. 159. 160. Judge, I hope you are feeling well. Your injuries look serious. 161. 162. Aizawa, I'm doing fine. 163. 164. Judge, clears throat very well. Would you please elaborate on Midoriya-kun's role in fighting during the Yasuji attack? 165. 166. Aizawa, yes. Midoriya was originally sent by a warp villain to the flood zone for the first part of battle. There, he, along with 2 other students, managed to take down a group of about 10 villains with only minor injuries. Then, they started towards the exit. 167. 168. Judge. Was Midoriya-kun injured in the flood zone? 169. 170. Aizawa. Yes. One of the villains had an anamorph quirk that was most likely a type of sea urchin. During the fight, Midoriya came into contact with some spines that the villain could eject from his body. 171. 172. Tomita. These held poison. 173. 174. Aizawa. Just as much as a normal sea urchin. Painful, but not deadly. 175. 176. Judge, please continue. 177. 178. Aizawa. On his way to the front exit, Midoriya witnesses me fighting the large group of villains that occupied the center of the facility. I was being injured by one of the lead villains who had a decay quirk. Midoriya jumped in, allowing me to get free. 179. 180. PC. He helped you. Woof. 181. 182. Aizawa. Yes, the brat has a propensity to jump in to help when things are dangerous. 183. 184. PC. Could you possibly explain, then, his connection with some of the villains that were present? In a few witness reports, some of the villains knew Midoriya and tried to protect him and, consequently, yourself. 185. 186. Midoriya. They were from my territory. 187. 188. Juge. Not now, Midoriya. 189. 190. PC. The police department originally felt comfortable allowing the child in the care of UA, with the knowledge that contact with the villains and criminals from the territory would be cut. Yet, the villains knew who he was despite never seeing his face. Even the clothing he was wearing wasn't the same. 191. 192. Nezu. What is it you are suggesting, Chief Tsurigami? 193. 194. PC. Perhaps. I am suggesting that your school and your staff allowed him to continue contact with dangerous people. That he perhaps aided in the 195. 196. Aizawa. Izuku would never aid in an attack. You should know this from when he lived on the streets as a vigilante. 197. 198. PC. Then how do you explain the villain's actions? How can you be sure that Midoriya is not only a threat to state security? 199. 200. Judge, that is enough. That is not what we are here to discuss today. 201. 202. Aizawa. He may have injured some of your officers, but he never did anything serious. He took many, potentially deadly hits for your officers as well. It's his nature to help people. 203. 204. Tomita. A nature that puts him at risk. 205. 206. Nezu. No, Tomatasen. The nature of a hero. 207. 208. Judge, quiet. 209. 210. Panel. Silence 1 minute 07 seconds. 211. 212. Judge, this is not a criminal trial. If you have questions for Midoriya-kun, you can run your own investigation, Chief Tsurigami. Now please continue, Aizawa-san. What happened next? 213. 214. Aizawa. After involving himself in the fight, we were both thrown back into the large group of villains. Midoriya aided me in subduing many of them. 215. 216. Tomita. You didn't tell him to run to safety. 217. 218. Aizawa. Of course I did. But he's a brat, and at the time, I couldn't very well force him to obey. I am not commending his actions. They were reckless and irresponsible for his level as a student. Midoriya may be capable, but I recognize that he is still only in training. Regardless of his idiocracy, he held his own plus some. 219. 220. Judge, how did you both get injured? 221. 222. Aizawa. The villain group sent the Namu after me. 223. 224. Judge. The Namu is that monster with multiple quirks. The one that was supposedly designed to kill All Might. 225. 226. Aizawa. Yes, the Namu was sent after me, and then we both got injured. I am unsure if Midoriya was overwhelmed by the lower-level villains, now that he didn't have backup, or if it was something else. But he obtained some of his more serious injuries during that time. Then, at some point, the Namu went after Midoriya, causing the injuries to his arms. 227. 228. Judge. Midoriya, please stand. What caused you to be caught by the villains, if you were doing well originally? 229. 230. Midoriya. I got distracted. 231. 232. Judge, how so? 233. 234. Midoriya. The Namu double was. Pause. 235. 236. Tomita. Were you afraid? 237. 238. Midoriya. Of course I was. Everyone was afraid. But that isn't what distracted me. It was because Aizawa-sensei was being hurt. I wasn't paying as much attention to my own fight as I should have been. 239. 240. Judge, why did the Namu attack you? 241. 242. Midoriya. Because I pissed off the leader when trying to help a classmate. The hand villain, Shigaraki. Shigaraki told it to play with me. Like I was a toy. But I'm fine now. 243. 244. Aizawa. No one except All Might could have outrun that thing. Quirk or no. 245. 246. Judge. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. You may sit. Are there any further questions about the USG that the panel has for Aizawa-san in reference to Midoriya's role? 247. 248. Panel. Silence. 249. 250. Judge. Very well, you may sit, Aizawa-san. I think we should take 5 minutes to absorb the information. 251. 252. 5-minute break. 253. 254. Judge. Now that we have discussed the reason for Midoriya-kun's removal, we will look more in depth at the appeal. Midoriya-kun was moved from Yua custody and into the custody of Basho Hayate and Basho Rina, correct? 255. 256. Tomita. Yes, Judge Sakai. 257. 258. Judge. Yua has inserted an appeal on behalf of Midoriya Izuku to be removed from the home in favor of other options. Judge Honda. I believe you have that paperwork. 259. 260. Judge. Yes. We shall start by listing all possible options listed. 261. Midoriya Izuku be fostered by Aizawa Shota and/or Yamada Hisashi directly. 262. Midoriya Izuku be fostered via split custody between Yue and the Basho couple. 263. Midoriya Izuku be fostered solely by Yua. 264. Midoriya Izuku be fostered solely by the Basho couple. 265. Currently, Midoriya-kun is being fostered solely by the Basho couple. However, the couple is allowing a large amount of contact with Yue and its staff to ease Midoriya-kun's state of mind. It is to be noted that CPS wishes to cut all contact between Midoriya-kun and Yua. 266. 267. Midoriya. I'd like to see you FC King try. 268. 269. Judge. Midoriya-kun, please. Hold your tongue before I kick you out of the room on the grounds of disrespect. 270. 271. Judge. It has been noted by Yue to review how Midoriya-kun has responded to the initial removal. 272. 273. Judge. Very well. Let's start with the Bashos, of whose care he has been in. 274. 275. Basho R. I am Basho Rina. I am currently fostering Midoriya-kun. 276. 277. Basho H. I am Basho Heian. I'm Rina's husband, and have also been caring for Midoriya-kun. 278. 279. Judge, please inform the court on your experiences with Midoriya-kun so far. 280. 281. Basho R. Midoriya-kun is an extremely intelligent and passionate teenager who has unfortunately faced abuse and neglect. 282. 283. Judge Bashosen. Excuse the interruption. The panel has all seen or read the recording of Midoriya's first court hearing. We are aware of his more difficult nature, so it would be best to be honest from the start. 284. 285. Midoriya snorts. 286. 287. Basho R. I understand Judge Sakai. But I think, with what we are about to discuss, saying a few positive things would not be harmful. Midoriya-kun truly does have a kind heart. That is important to clarify. 288. 289. Basho H. When Midoriya-kun first arrived, things were very difficult. He had been taken from the one place he felt comfortable and put into a strange situation. So he acted out. 290. 291. Judge Sai How So. 292. 293. Basho R. In the first week, Midoriya managed to completely reorganize our house. He displaced most of our valuables, hiding them in a multitude of places. He took all of the light bulbs from the home and hid them away. He switched the bathroom and kitchen cabinets around. He managed to place all furniture and other items in the living area upside down. We are pretty sure he moved everything a few inches off from their original spots to throw off our muscle memory of the home. At one point, he managed to confiscate all of the food in our house and deliver it to the front door of multiple neighbors, all without leaving the premises. To top it off, he disabled every electronic in the home. 294. 295. Panel. Murmured surprise. 296. 297. Basho R. I have fostered 2 children in the past who were deemed to be difficult, but Hayat and I were at a loss. So I went to Yue to ask for advice. It mostly worked for 2 days, but then Midoriya-kun ran away. 298. 299. Judge Right. Let's revisit that later. 300. 301. Basho H. He ran to Yue, or to be more precise, Aizawa. While there, Midoriya-kun had a breakdown, causing us to relook at the situation. It was decided that we would allow him back at Yue and slowly try to distance him from Aizawa, with the hopes that we could eventually return to the original plan. 302. 303. Basho R. Midoriya-kun, he hasn't been taking well to any type of separation. It has slowly gotten better over the past month, but 304. 305. Judge, would CPS like to comment? 306. 307. Mochizuki. Yes, I would like to speak on behalf of CPS this time. As you know from our previous meeting, I am Mochizuki Jin, Midoriya-kun's caseworker. Although it was determined to be in Midoriya-kun's best interest to leave Yue, of which I still agree the complete removal was detrimental to Midoriya-kun's mental health, and has set him back in terms of healing. I cannot speak to his mental state, but based on his actions, Midoriya-kun has obviously been re-traumatized by the experience. The first major cue should have been the treatment of the Bashos during the first week. But past that, the boy did run from the Bashos. 308. 309. Judge, I suppose we should discuss that incident now. Chief. 310. 311. PC. Midoriya Izuku took the cell phones of Rinisen and Hayatsun in order to run without the police being notified of his whereabouts. Woof. He was not aware that any nightly outings needed to be pre-scheduled, however, and his escape was caught. After calling both phones with no answer, his cuffs were activated. Woof. He had managed to reach the gates of Yue before being subdued. This, of course, was a break in his parole, but due to his mental state on that night, the police force gave him leniency. especially because he did not simply run off. Rather that he ran towards Yua Wolf. 312. 313. Judge, why did you run off Midoriya-kun? 314. 315. Midoriya, silence. 316. 317. Judge, Midoriya-kun. Was there a purpose, or were you just trying to cause a problem? 318. 319. Midoriya, I didn't mean to cause trouble. 320. 321. Judge, then why? 322. 323. Midoriya, I needed Aizawa-sensei. And no one was letting me see him. I was gonna go back. I was. 324. 325. Judge, what does US say on this? Nezu-san. 326. 327. Nezu, Yua was certainly not expecting Midoriya-kun to run back, nor did we encourage it. However, the fact that he did simply shows that he trusts Yua. 328. 329. Judge, CPS. 330. 331. Takeda. When a child runs from a home, it is seen as a very serious action. The fact that Midoriya ran from the Basho home puts doubts that the Bashos are the right fit. However, it is still of our opinion that Yua is not suitable. 332. 333. Mochizuki. I would like to disagree to an extent on behalf of Midoriya-kun. While I do not believe he should attend UA, I do believe that he should be permitted to see Aizawa Shota. It is the first strong connection Midoriya has made since he was 4. It would be cruel to forbid him from seeing the one person that he has an attachment to. 334. 335. Judge. Surely, there are other people he has grown close with. 336. 337. Same time. 338. 339. Mochizuki. Not that I can think of. 340. 341. Nezu. That has not been proven to be the case. 342. 343. Aizawa. That would make things easier. 344. 345. Midoriya. I like Yamada-sensei. 346. 347. Same time. 348. 349. Judge, all right, please, let us not talk over one another. For the benefit of Midoriya-kun, I would like to explore his mental health. I am calling his therapist, Inui Ryo, to the stand. 350. 351. Inui, hello. 352. 353. Judge, please state your name and role in reference to Midoriya-kun. 354. 355. Inui, I am Inui Ryo. I also go by the hero name Hound Dog. I am a hero course support teacher and the school therapist at UA. I have been seeing Midoriya-kun since he first came to UA. 356. 357. Judge, please answer these questions to the best of your ability without breaking confidence. 358. 359. Inui, nods. 360. 361. Judge, how would you describe Midoriya's state of mind before the transfer and now? 362. 363. Inui, Midoriya-kun is a complicated case. He came to me with a multitude of trust issues as well as serious underlying mental health disorders that are still being addressed. He has been slowly, but surely, opening up about his past and describing his mental thought process for a variety of situations. Through my time with him, I have created a list of issues to address. 364. 365. Judge, will you please share that list? 366. 367. Inui, I would first like to state that although this does not break confidentiality since Midoriya is a minor, I am highly against sharing this information, especially in this environment. 368. 369. Judge, understood. The list, please. 370. 371. Inui. I am not a diagnostician, so I cannot give you a set diagnosis. However, Midoriya-kun has many issues that add up to serious personality disorders. He has little to no trust for adults. He shows signs for a multitude of attachment disorders, dependency personality, split personality, manipulative personality, anger management issues, abandonment issues, not to mention his wide array of phobias. 372. 373. Judge, which include 374. 375. Inui. Psi claustrophobia, cleithrophobia, pyrophobia, and haphophobia are the main ones. 376. 377. Judge, how have these things been affected by the transfer to the Basho home? 378. 379. Inui. It wasn't the Basho home more than the complete disregard for Midoriya-kun's wishes and fears. He had finally made an attachment, yet you ripped it away from him. He has had a resurgence of his trust issues. While the split personality was slowly merging, it is now completely separate once again, and more volatile than before. He is struggling to control his emotions and reaction in the way a young child would. His attachment and abandonment issues have resurfaced to their full extent as well, by moving him from Yua custody so completely, by breaking the connections he had managed to form. This board has completely set Midoriya-kun back. Growl. 380. 381. Panel. Unintelligible murmured conversation. 382. 383. Inui. I will be straight with you. Wherever you place Midoriya next, I highly suggest not tearing him away so suddenly once more. Not only that, but the people who are in charge of him had best be capable of watching him and caring for him almost 24/7. Especially while he is struggling. 384. 385. Takeda. Inuisan. Are you suggesting that Midoriya-kun may be a danger to himself? 386. 387. Inui. Midoriya-kun has been a danger to himself and others since his 7th foster home, Takatasen. Something that CPS failed to recognize. At least at UA, he can be helped. 388. 389. Takeda. Perhaps Yua isn't enough in this case. Perhaps he needs more specialized attention at a mental health hospital. 390. 391. Midoriya. Can we have a break? Please. I need a break. 392. 393. Judge. And yes, we will take a break. Let's reconvene in 15 minutes. Underscore 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 Deku was pissed. Izuku felt sick. Midoriya as a whole thought he was about to do something really stupid in the middle of the courtroom like scratch or scream. So he had asked for a break. Just like Inuisan had suggested he do yesterday should he start to feel overwhelmed. Now he was on the floor of the bathroom, sitting on his hands while he tried to calm his breathing and not lose his sit. Because Inuisan had betrayed him. Inuisan had shared information that Izuku didn't want to be shared. Even if it was vague. Meaningless diagnoses and words filled his mind. No way could he be that broken. No way could he have that many issues. He was fine. He was fine. Okay, he definitely didn't feel fine right now. A hospital. Now they were talking about sending him to a hospital. Mother FC King Inui. Deku wanted to strangle him. There was a knock on the door, and then a voice. Izuku? You all right in there? It was Aizawa-sensei. He needed Aizawa-sensei. So Izuku got up and opened the door. The look on his face must have been all the information that Aizawa needed, because the man wrapped him in a one-armed hug, drawing him out of the relatively small space. Yamada-sensei was there too, and he was checking Izuku for any scratches almost immediately. Then Hayatsun and Rinnesan were beside him. But he didn't want them. They were the reason he was even in this FC King mess to begin with. FCK them. FCK that panel of people who didn't know shit about him. FCK the entire world at this point. Kid, you have to try and control your mouth. We are still in the courthouse. FCK Aizawa Sensei. At least he wasn't screaming, just muttering. A subtle sigh escaped from the chest where his head pressed. Deku pulled away, snatching the arm that Yamada had been observing away from the blonde. They are talking about sending me to a hospital now. You can't let them put me in a hospital. You can't. It isn't even up on the table yet. Takatasen just Menheitsen started before being cut off. Don't FC King lie, Deku whispered angrily. You heard Inuisan. I'm a mess. I can't even make it a single day without breaking down. I'm so FC ket up that you guys have to watch me at all hours of the day and night. A danger to myself and others. Since my 7th home. I was 8 when I went to that home. 8, Aizawa Sensei? Almost half my life I've been so completely unstable that Inuisan said I was a danger. Izuku, take a breath. Maybe I don't want to take a breath, Deku hissed. I have to go back in that room in 9 minutes and breath. So maybe I just want to suffocate on all the thoughts in my head, for a little bit while I have the choice. Deku sat again, using the wall for support as he combed his hands through his hair, careful not to close his fists and pull. Careful not to drag his nails down his face. Careful not to bang his head back against the wall as sharply as he could. Do you think I'm crazy enough to be put in an asylum? Is that where I should be? Deku asked, voice breaking midway through. I think you might need more help than I originally thought, Aizawa said, squatting in front of him. But I don't think you should be locked away either. I'm not sure where you belong. You and Yamada-sensei don't want me, Deku said. Yamada moved forward then too. Come on, Izuku. We love you. Of course we want you around. That's not what I mean, this time, Deku stated, looking up at the two men. You don't want to foster me. I know Nezu mentioned it to you guys. I saw your faces when the option was presented in the room. You don't want to be my sole caretakers. Aizawa and Yamada both shifted uncomfortably. It's not because of you, kiddo, Yamada said softly. Aizawa and I. We just aren't ready. We aren't prepared to take on you or any other child full time. If we went into this too rushed, it might make things worse. Izuku twirled a finger in his hair as he thought. Takatasen is really obnoxious. She acts like I can't do anything at all just because I don't have a quirk. This is just going to make it worse. No one responded since they all agreed. My worst case scenario was that I'd be locked away forever and, I'm afraid, after what Takatasen said, that it might be a possibility. We will do everything in our power to make sure that doesn't happen, Aizawa-sensei assured. You don't really have that much power though, do you? Another silence followed as no one denied that truth. I want to say my side. I deserve the opportunity to have a say. This is my life. Deku paused, hands moving away from his hair. If I get the chance, do you think they will let me use my notebook? You can just sign. They have an interpreter in the room, kiddo. Not for communication, for something else. Do you think I can use my notebook? We can ask if we can bring it in. Underscore 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 1. Judge, I would like to call this meeting back into order. Are you doing all right, Midoriya-kun? 2. 3. Midoriya, yes. 4. 5. Judge, when we left, we were discussing Midoriya-kun's mental state. I have re-invited Inuisan to the stand. Takatasen brought up a valid point. Inuisan, if you believe Midoriya-kun to be a risk to himself and others, why have you not partaken in any extra measures such as hospitalization? 6. 7. Inui, I do not think locking him away would be helpful. In fact, I think it would only be more detrimental. I have instead reached out to my colleagues in the psychology field to aid in therapy. 8. 9. Judge, do any of the psychologists on the panel wish to speak? 10. Nagao. Yes. Hello Inuisan, Midoriya-kun, others. I am Nagao, a child psychologist with a specialty in criminal children. I have been following the case closely since before Midoriya's time at UA. From the little information I have received, it has seemed clear that the hero course is not suitable for Midoriya-kun, regardless of his quirkless status. I was wondering why you felt differently. Inui-san? 11. 12. Inui. On the surface, I would agree with you, Nagia-san. But Midoriya-kun is determined to help people. He is determined to make a difference, and it drives his healing process to a large extent. 13. 14. Nagao. Midoriya can help people in other ways. He could aim to join the police force, for example, to train the boy in hero work, when the reality is that he most likely never receive a license, is misleading and ultimately harmful. 15. 16. Inui. I believe Midoriya has a lot of work to do. But I also believe that he has great potential to be a hero. 17. 18. Nagao. Besides his quirkless status, Midoriya has far too many mental issues to even be considered for a license. 19. 20. Inui. He has 3 years before licensing. He has time to heal and get to a stable state. He just needs a stable home first. 21. 22. Takeda. Should we be putting this child through the stress of the hero course on top of everything else? The more we speak, the more I am convinced that UA is no place for Midoriya. 23. 24. PC. Not only that, but we are essentially training a clearly unstable individual on how to take down heroes. 25. 26. Nezu, if I may? We are training an already highly skilled, if emotionally injured child to perform the duties he has been doing for the past 2 years in a legal way. Through this, we are directing his focus, providing a stable and mostly consistent environment, and ensuring his progress in society. I do not believe Midoriya will ever stop hero work, whether he does so legally or not. So if we cannot stop him, is it not better to guide him? 27. 28. Judge, does anyone else wish to make a statement? 29. 30. Midoriya, raises hand. 31. 32. Judge, Midoriya-kun. 33. 34. Midoriya, can I speak if I'm polite? 35. 36. Judge, pauses, I don't know if now is the time. 37. 38. Midoriya, I think that if you don't let me speak now, what I have to say won't work in context. I won't cuss or anything. I promise. And I think I should have a say in my own trial, right? 39. 40. Judge, of course. Go ahead. 41. 42. Midoriya, am I allowed to talk to certain people? Or ask people questions who aren't on the panel? 43. 44. Judge, feel free, so long as you are polite, and they are present. 45. 46. Midoriya, okay. First, Takeda-san. I know you probably don't care, or maybe you can't understand, but I'm not helpless. I don't have a quirk. That doesn't mean I am disabled. That doesn't mean I am stupid or any less capable. Everyone here seems content to wash over what I was able to do without much training when I was on the street. Maybe they don't want to encourage the behavior. I don't know. But without that knowledge, without proof that I'm capable, you won't even stand the chance of seeing things from the perspective of not only me and you, but the police force as well. 47. 48. Takeda. Midoriya-kun. Regardless of what you did, it is still too dangerous. 49. 50. Midoriya, you haven't even heard what I have to say, and you are already shutting me down. I'm just asking that you have an open mind for the next 5 minutes or so. 51. 52. Takeda. All right. 53. 54. Midoriya. I don't think you'll believe anything I have to say. So maybe you'll believe someone else. Watanabe-san. Can I ask you some stuff? Would that be okay? 55. 56. Watanabe? Sure. 57. 58. Judge. Please come down to the center and introduce yourself. 59. 60. Watanabe. I am Watanabe Kaiwu. I am an officer on the Mitsubishi police force. I worked on the Deku case for a while before he was finally caught. 61. 62. Midoriya, you don't really like me, right? 63. 64. Watanabe, not particularly, no. But I don't see how that matters much. 65. 66. Midoriya, because if I called on someone who did, they wouldn't tell the truth. They would sugarcoat things like Aizawa-sensei unknowingly did when talking about the Asji. 67. 68. Watanabe, all right. 69. 70. Midoriya, when you first were put on the Deku case, what information did you have? 71. 72. Watanabe, we knew that a vigilante was working in a small area of Sector 9. We knew that the vigilante was most likely a local resident who had originally been helping with smaller tasks around the streets. 73. 74. Midoriya, what made you guys start actively looking into Deku? 75. 76. Watanabe, the vigilante began working on cases that were more advanced, stopping petty crimes in an illegal manner. The vigilante started interfering in drug deals, cases, and small robberies. The police would receive an anonymous tip, and upon arriving at the scene, the criminals and villains would be bound usually with duct tape or rope and unconscious. The victims, if there were any, rarely gave any information. Originally, we thought it might be some type of memory-altering quirk. Later, we realized the citizens were simply keeping their mouths shut to protect the vigilante. 77. 78. Midoriya, you guys tried to catch me a few times. Can you talk about that? 79. 80. Watanabe, sure. We got close to catching the vigilante a few times in the beginning. You were sloppy and made plenty of mistakes. But ultimately, somehow, you always managed to get away. You were never injured by the criminals at first, so you often left before or right as we arrived. Later, when you started doing the more dangerous stuff, we were able to apprehend you. The first time, we cuffed you, but you wouldn't speak. We didn't know your age, the name Deku, or even your gender by that point. Just when Nakaya, my partner, went to go answer a few of those questions, you managed to get out of the handcuffs. You punched him in the privates and then ran off. 81. 82. Midoriya, then you called Aizawa-sensei? 83. 84. Watanabe, we had to call Eraserhead in. We couldn't pin you down. It was becoming too dangerous and frustrating for everyone involved. Except you, who seemed to enjoy the chaos. 85. 86. Midoriya, shrug. 87. 88. Watanabe, somehow, you managed to get hurt that night. Eraserhead managed to get you to talk, and we were able to guess your age and gender. It was the first real information, but you still got away even with a pro. I'm still wondering how you did that. 89. 90. Midoriya, you'll figure it out someday, Watanabe-san. 91. 92. Watanabe, growls. 93. 94. Judge, Midoriya, you said you would be polite. 95. 96. Midoriya, I was just teasing a little. I'll do better. Even with Aizawa-sensei, I'm Eraserhead. Were you able to catch me? 97. 98. Watanabe, we all know that the answer is no. 99. 100. Midoriya, why? 101. 102. Watanabe, originally, we thought it was some type of escape quirk, or a time warp quirk, or a mind control type quirk. 103. 104. Midoriya, why would you think I had a quirk? 105. 106. Watanabe, well, kid. Because you're sneaky, intelligent, conniving. Because you have talent, kid. Takata-san, don't underestimate that boy. I hate to say it, but if he were released into the wild again, it'd take a hell of a lot of work to catch him. Even knowing his face and real name, I don't think we'd be able to without a hero or two. And he's only 14. Your worries are pretty unfounded. If you ask me, I still think we should put him in juvie for breaking his parole. 107. 108. Midoriya, can we just ignore that last part, Judge? I really don't want to go to juvie. If you think I have issues now, I can guarantee that locking me away would just escalate things. 109. 110. Watanabe, snorts. 111. 112. Takeda. All right. I need more proof than the word of one person that you are capable. 113. 114. Nezu. You have the word of all of UA, Takatasan. 115. 116. Watanabe. If we are just talking about if the kid is capable, you've got the entire police force who has dealt with the kid too. 117. 118. PC. You've got the word of the police who haven't dealt with him either. The name Deku is a little infamous in the Musatafu force. 119. 120. Takeda. Even if you can stand against those with quirks, you are still a child and a ward of the state. Hero work is simply too dangerous. Not to mention your other issues. 121. 122. Midoriya. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But ignoring my psychological issues, 39 other kids who are my age are all partaking in the program too. Isn't the hero course just as dangerous for them? One of my friends is working hard to enter the program, and he is a foster kid as well. Will you prevent him from joining on the basis of him being a ward of the state? 123. 124. Takeda. You've made your point. 125. 126. Midoriya. Okay, next would be Chief Tsurigami. Correct me if I'm wrong. I kind of hope you do. But do you think I'm working with the villains? Because I can promise that I'm not. I know my word isn't worth much, but UA is my home. It's the only place I've ever felt safe. I would never help attack it. 127. 128. PC. Then explain why the villains helped you during the Osji. 129. 130. Judge. I've already said that this isn't a criminal trial. 131. 132. Midoriya. No, it's okay. It's out in the open now, right? Plus, he's part of the board that will decide where I wind up. 133. 134. Judge. Groans, please don't drag this line of questioning on for long, Chief Tsurigami. 135. 136. Midoriya. The villains helped me because they are people. They were my people. I helped them, as Deku. They lived in poverty just like the rest of Sector 9. They had debts. They had family to take care of. So they made really stupid choices. I don't know why they got caught up with the really bad villains like Shigaraki. But they had a reason. People aren't just bad for fun. Most of the time. 137. 138. PC. Then what's your reason for breaking the law? Would you do it again if you had the choice? 139. 140. Midoriya. If you all forbade me from becoming a hero, if you never let me at least try, I think I probably would go back to being a vigilante as soon as I got free. 141. 142. PC grunts. 143. 144. Panel. Worried conversation. 145. 146. Midoriya. Not because I'm being a brat, though. Not because I'm trying to be difficult. Not because I'm desperate to break the law. But because I don't think I could just stand by and do nothing if someone needed help. If I were walking down the street and a thief snatched a purse, I know I'm capable of stopping them. Why wouldn't I? What if that woman had a life-saving medication in her purse, or that month's rent? Why shouldn't I help when I am capable? 147. 148. PC. Because it's illegal. 149. 150. Midoriya. It's illegal to use a quirk. I don't have one. It just seems like I do, apparently. I'm not saying I'd go out of my way to patrol again, but I wouldn't stand by if I ran into trouble. I can't just stand by. 151. 152. PC. I don't understand what you mean by can't. It's easy. Just don't break the law. 153. 154. Midoriya. If you witnessed someone causing harm to another person, say a husband beating his wife in public, what would you do? 155. 156. PC. I'd stop it, of course. 157. 158. Midoriya. Is it not the same thing? 159. 160. PC. I'm a law enforcement official. 161. 162. Midoriya. So you're telling me that people should just ignore the problem? 163. 164. PC. Civilians should call the police. 165. 166. Midoriya. Great. So 10 to 20 minutes later, you show up and the woman is dead. That's all it takes. One wrong push. One wrong punch. And that woman is dead because you didn't want me to get involved, even though you have stated that I am capable of handling the situation. 167. 168. PC. It's different. You didn't go looking for the trouble. 169. 170. Midoriya. So I can be a vigilante by accident, then? 171. 172. PC. That's not. 173. 174. Judge. Enough, Midoriya. 175. 176. Midoriya. Said sorry. Fidgets with wrists. My reason for breaking the law in the past is the same it would be now. To help people, because I can. No one helped me when I was little. I'm not going to stand around and watch the same type of things happen. So let me learn to be a hero. Let me at least try. And if I fail, then I can go into the police force. Though I'm not really sure you would take me now, especially with my criminal record. 177. 178. PC. So you really didn't aid in the USTA? 179. 180. Midoriya. Not on the villain side of things, no. 181. 182. Panel. Silence. 183. 184. Judge. Do you want to say anything else, Midoriya? 185. 186. Midoriya. Yeah, if that's okay. 187. 188. Judge. Go ahead. You've made solid points so far, even if I do not agree with them completely. You were correct in stating that your point of view is important in this decision and in the things we've been discussing. 189. 190. Midoriya. Thanks, I guess. Next are my other problems. I know better than anyone how messed up my head is. I live with it every day. I think I probably need more help than Inuisan, even though I hate saying it. Negiasen, you said I won't be able to be a hero with my mental problems, but what about all the other heroes with issues? 191. 192. Nagao. What do you mean, Midoriya-kun? Every person is heavily screened before receiving a hero license. 193. 194. Midoriya. Sake-san. Judge Sakai. Can I have my notebook? 195. 196. Judge, what? 197. 198. Midoriya. I have something in my notebook that I need to reference. Can I have it? 199. 200. Judge, I suppose. Bailiff. 201. 202. Bailiff. Hands over notebook. 203. 204. Midoriya. Nagiasen. I like to analyze people, especially heroes. It's part of what helped me do so well on the street. I write down everything I find in here. Holds up book. 205. 206. Nagao. Okay. 207. 208. Midoriya. Mind if I read a few of my theories? 209. 210. Nagao. Go ahead. 211. 212. Midoriya. Pro-Hero Night Visor. His quirk causes anyone he has in his line of sight to lose their vision. He isn't ranked very high, but does well in subduing villains, especially in large group fights. He is, unfortunately, overtly afraid of the dark. During his fights, he outright avoids back alleys or anywhere overly shaded. He never continues a fight past sundown. One time, When he couldn't get away before sunset, Endeavor had to come rescue him after he broke down in a panic attack and allowed the villain the upper hand. Then there is the pro-laundry hero, Wash. He has severe germophobia. This can be seen in a multitude of his battles where he has paused to wipe his hands. Once, a villain sneezed in his face and Wash allowed her to get away, resulting in a bank robbery the following week. There is also pro-hero mind reader, who sometimes takes on the personality of those whose minds he has read. He even went public about his difficulties with split personalities. He said he has been struggling with it since his quirk formed when he was 3. Then there is also Mr. Man, a now retired American pro-hero who has struggled with anorexia and anxiety. I have a lot more in here too. This isn't even touching on the multitude of PTSD cases among heroes either. If these heroes passed their screening, what makes you think that 3 years from now I won't? 213. 214. Nagao. You have much more serious. 215. 216. Midoriya. Forgive me, but you don't know me, Nagyasen. You have never even spoken to me before now. Can you honestly say that looking at possible diagnoses on paper can inform you as to the state of my mental well-being? Don't you think that is up to a diagnostician, my personal psychologist, Yua, and myself to decide if I am capable of training to be a hero? You are deciding on where I will live, Nagyasen. Not if I will get my hero license. 217. 218. Nagao. You aren't wrong, Midoriya-kun. But I must take into account your mental well-being when deciding on where you will end up. They are not two separate issues. 219. 220. Midoriya, I understand that. Just don't completely write Yue off the table. I've been doing well there. Until they moved me, anyway. If you are really concerned, you would take into account what I want. It's not like I'm 5 years old. I have free will. I have the intelligence to think through my options and decide things for myself. Take my word into consideration regardless of whether you think me completely stable or not. I want to be at Yue. I want to train to be a hero. If you have too, you are welcome to suggest stipulations. Maybe I have to see a counselor. One who specializes in whatever it is that I have. I don't know. But there are more options than just keeping me from going to school. 221. 222. Panel. Silence. 223. 224. Judge. Is that all, Midoriya-kun? 225. 226. Midoriya. Yeah, I guess, for now. 227. 228. Judge. It is now 12:45. I suggest we take a 30-minute lunch. When we come back, we will discuss Midoriya's options, and then we will make a final decision. Underscore 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 eat bread. I'm TT trying. I just feel really nauseous. I don't want to throw up. Aizawa sighed as he took out his jelly pack. At least have this. Izuku took the packet gratefully, popping the cap and drinking the jelly slowly. At least he would get all his necessary vitamins this way. Is this your only packet? The boy asked, observing Aizawa from across the picnic table. It's fine. No. You always get on to me about not eating. You have to eat too. Here. Izuku pushed the bento box towards Aizawa, a determined look in his eyes that refused anything but acceptance. Aizawa chuckled low in his throat as he picked up one of the egg pieces that Rinnesan had probably made. Your manners are awful, sensei. Don't you know how to use utensils? Deku asked, a sly grin on his face. You told me to eat. I can't very well use chopsticks like this. So deal with it. 1. Judge. I hope everyone ate a good lunch. Let's go ahead and get on with things. There are 2 things that must be decided today. 1. Who will have custody over Midoriya-kun? And 2. Whether he can continue his education at UA specifically in reference to the hero course. Let's start with part 1. Judge Honda, would you state the possible options as provided by the court? 2. 3. Judge, yes. Multiple options have been presented for who shall have direct custody over Midoriya. They are as follows: Juvie, a children's mental health facility, a new foster home, the Basho home, or UA. At the beginning of the meeting, the option of the Aizawa Shota home was available. However, this option has been removed from the table. Instead, the Aizawa Shota home has agreed to be secondary caretakers should Midoriya end up under the care of UA, or as co-fosters with the Basho household, in which the Basho couple will have majority custody. 4. 5. Judge, shall we start with the first option, Juvie? Does anyone in this room have an argument that is for sending Midoriya to Juvie? 6. 7. Watanabe raises hand. 8. 9. Judge Watanabe-san, please stand and explain your stance. 10. 11. Watanabe, I think Midoriya has been doing fine at UA, but if you plan to send him elsewhere, it should be in a secure holding facility. He has already run from the Basho home once. He could do so again. Next time, what is stopping him from running back off to the streets? 12. 13. Nezu, I'm pretty sure the cuffs around his wrists and ankles would continue to be deterrents. Especially now that Midoriya-kun is aware that the police can turn them on, even if he has the Basho cell phones. 14. 15. Judge, does anyone else have anything to add? 16. 17. Panel, silence. 18. 19. Judge, of those on the board, please raise your hands. All in favor of putting Midoriya in Juvie. 20. 21. Board, no movement. 22. 23. Judge, all opposed. 24. 25. Board, unanimous agreement. 26. 27. Judge, all right, that one was easy. Now for the Children's Mental Health Institute. May I please ask Sasaki Haruki to stand and explain the facility that has been found and deemed appropriate. 28. 29. Sasaki. Yes, Judge Sakai. I am a lead psychologist at Yaume Children's Mental Institution. This facility specializes in violent and unstable children who are at risk for criminal or villainous behaviors and activities. The institute is willing to provide Midoriya-san a bed as a long-term resident, while he receives the help that he was due multiple years ago. We have a state-of-the-art facility with expansive grounds. He would receive an education and would be around children of all ages, including 7 children in his own year. Quirk-suppressing drugs and cuffs would keep the other children from harming Midoriya-san as well. In fact, the other children need not even know that he is quirkless. Whilst there, Midoriya-san will have intensive therapy, school, and recreational time. The security is on par with juvenile detention facility. However, we pride ourselves on the free range that children are permitted inside the boundaries, unlike with most detention facilities. 30. 31. Kano, I would like to add something. 32. 33. Judge, go ahead, Kano-san. But please introduce yourself for those who are unfamiliar. 34. 35. Kano, of course. I am Kano Goro, a psychiatrist and criminal rehabilitator appointed by the state. Although this may seem like an extreme option to some of you, I want you to focus on the benefits. With therapy and medication, Midoriya-san would have the chance at a normal adulthood. He would be safe and secure. He would have the opportunity to. 36. 37. Nezu, what is your backup if Midoriya-kun refuses to cooperate? Say if a year from now, he still hasn't made progress. What if he continuously fights you, tries to run away? 38. 39. Sasaki, we have been doing this a long time. Our results have been mostly positive outcomes. 40. 41. Nezu, that didn't answer the question. Midoriya-kun is quite stubborn. If he refuses to bend to your will, what is your answer? 42. 43. Sasaki, in the past, we have used medication to handle the more difficult children at first. But they always come off the meds in the end. 44. 45. Midoriya, you drug them. Seriously? So what? You threaten to drug them after you get them off the meds, so they are left in fear. 46. 47. Sasaki, we do not use the meds as a threat. 48. 49. Midoriya, sounds like a threat. 50. 51. Judge, alright, Midoriya-kun. We understand this is not your first option. 52. 53. Midoriya. This is more along one of my last options, Judge Sakai. 54. 55. Judge, let's find out if this option is even on the table. All in favor. 56. 57. Panel. 12/20. 58. 59. Judge, all opposed. 60. 61. Panel. 6/20. 62. 63. Judge, all right. We will put this option to the side once the rest have been looked into. 64. 65. Midoriya. I will not go to a mental facility. 66. 67. Judge, Midoriya-kun. It is only an option. We haven't even. 68. 69. Midoriya. No. It shouldn't even be an option. Take it off the table. 70. 71. Nezu. Midoriya-kun. It is in your best interest to sit back for now and listen. 72. 73. Midoriya. But. 74. 75. Aizawa. Sit down and hold your tongue, brat. 76. 77. Midoriya sits. 78. 79. Judge clears throat. The next option is a new foster home. This would mean cutting contact with Yua once more, just as was originally intended with the Basho home. Mochizuki-san, I believe you would be in charge of this. 80. 81. Mochizuki, yes. The plan would be to move Midoriya-kun to a new prefecture, relatively far from Yua. CPS would ensure weekly checks and weekly therapy and counseling for both Midoriya and the new family. 82. 83. Basho R. I'm sorry to interrupt, but that sounds like a terrible idea. When you did that with us, Midoriya-kun completely broke down. I urge you not to do the same a second time, unless you want to end up with a dead kid on your hands. 84. 85. Mochizuki. I'm sorry. 86. 87. Basho R. I'm telling you right now, from my experience with foster children and their friends in the system, if you completely remove Midoriya into a home one without 24-hour surveillance, you will break him. He will either end up as the criminal that the police force fears or dead. I am sure of it. 88. 89. Takeda. That seems a little dramatic. 90. 91. Basho H. It isn't. Forgive my rudeness, but CPS has failed this child multiple times already. Don't do it again, especially when you have people warning you against such actions. Midoriya-kun did not get to that point with us, but at one point in his stay, the possibility showed in his eyes. 92. 93. Kano, are you suggesting he is suicidal? 94. 95. Midoriya, no, I'm not. 96. 97. Basho H. I'm suggesting that he could get to that point if he is pushed too far. 98. 99. Kano. Does this not prove that he should be placed in the secure facility where he will get help? 100. 101. Midoriya, no, it doesn't. 102. 103. Judge, all right. That is enough. We will come back to the facility, Kano-san. All in favor of a new foster home. 104. 105. Panel. One hand from Takeda. 106. 107. Judge, all opposed. 108. 109. Panel, 12/20. 110. 111. Judge, with majority rule of over 10 opposed, this option is off the table. The next option is for Midoriya to stay at the Basho home. 112. 113. Basho R. We are willing and able to take on Midoriya-kun. However, we are no longer willing to cut off contact from Yua. Or rather, from Aizawa Shota. If Midoriya-kun should live with us, for his mental health, Aizawa-san should be given visitation at least twice a week. Even if Yua is not where Midoriya-kun attends school, Aizawa-san is too much a part of his life. If we were to deny that connection, We truly believe that Midoriya-kun would never settle. 114. 115. Basho H. Midoriya-kun has been slowly forming a relationship with us. We are prepared to continue the relationship. 116. 117. Mochizuki. If the relationship is going well, why was the appeal made? 118. 119. Nezu. We made an appeal because Midoriya is not happy with the current state of things. He is being kept in a limbo. I felt it would be best to give the boy a definitive answer. 120. 121. Judge. No outbursts this time, Midoriya. 122. 123. Midoriya. So long as I can see Aizawa-sensei. This isn't a bad option. It's not what I want, but it isn't terrible. 124. 125. Judge. All in favor. 126. 127. Panel. 14/20. 128. 129. Judge. All opposed? 130. 131. Panel. So 20th. 132. 133. Judge. I would like the council to vote between the Basho home and the children's facility. 134. 135. Midoriya, prison. Where they drug kids to keep them quiet. 136. 137. Judge, Midoriya-kun. One more word while I am talking, and you will leave. 138. 139. Midoriya, nods. 140. 141. Judge, a vote between the Bashos and the children's facility. You have 5 minutes. Everyone must choose. Then we will continue with the other options. 142. 143. 5 minutes. 144. 145. Judge, is everyone ready to cast their votes? 146. 147. Panel. Murmured agreement. 148. 149. Judge, I would like to remind everyone that for the option to win, there must be 11 or more votes. All in favor of the children's facility. 150. 151. Panel. 10/20. 152. 153. Judge. All in favor of the Basho home. 154. 155. Panel. 9/20. 156. 157. Judge. My vote also goes towards the Basho home. Thus, a tiebreaker. To be honest, this doesn't even seem necessary, but Midoriya-kun, which do you choose to keep on the table? 158. 159. Midoriya, the Basho home. I'd rather be at the Basho house. 160. 161. Judge. Very well. That makes 11 votes. The children's facility is off the table. 162. 163. Midoriya. Thank God. Covers mouth. I'm sorry. It slipped. 164. 165. Judge. Size, just watch yourself. That leaves you at custody or joint custody. Nezu, the stage is yours. 166. 167. Nezu. Yua is hoping to regain custody of Midoriya-kun. The boy was thriving in our care and had taken many leaps in the healing process. He did not start having the more serious issues until he was pulled. We have a vast array or heroes on staff to watch over him, as well as a lead guardian in Aizawa Shota. Midoriya-kun is attached to Yua and views it as home. If the state does not normally move to remove children from their family, they should not try to remove Midoriya from the family he has created. 168. 169. Sasaki. I have a few questions for Aizawa-san, Judge Sakai. His name has appeared multiple times, but I have yet to truly understand his connection with Midoriya-kun. Not only is his involvement contingent on Midoriya-kun's stay with the Bashos, but his name was previously one of the potential fosters. 170. 171. Judge, very well. Aizawa-san, if you would please go to the middle for questions. 172. 173. Sasaki, you stated earlier that you were Midoriya-kun's teacher and mentor. It seems clear that you are more than this. 174. 175. Aizawa, I am not exactly sure what to call the relationship that I have with Midoriya. 176. 177. Sasaki, you first met him when he was a vigilante. 178. 179. Aizawa, yes. I aided in his capture a few times. Then, after a while, I simply aided Deku with food, blankets, clothing. 180. 181. Sasaki, so you became close through sharing basic necessities. Why wouldn't you bring him into the police station? 182. 183. Aizawa, Deku would have escaped the first chance he had. I needed to get close to him and convince him to turn himself in. 184. 185. Sasaki, so he was a job. 186. 187. Aizawa at first. Then, he became something akin to my student despite not attending school. 188. 189. Sasaki, a student. 190. 191. Aizawa, for the lack of a better word, yes. I trained him in some basic skills to keep him from being harmed while doing his vigilantism. 192. 193. Sasaki, it sounds like you encouraged the behavior. 194. 195. Aizawa, I never encouraged vigilantism. But I wasn't going to leave a child to make a mistake and die. 196. 197. Takeda, then why didn't you just bring him in? You could have caught him again if he escaped. 198. 199. Aizawa, he would have left the territory. We might have never located him again. The only reason Yua has worked was because I still maintain his trust to some extent. 200. 201. Takeda, during his stay at Yua, you were listed as the main caretaker. Yet you removed your name from the possible foster list. 202. 203. Aizawa, yes. 204. 205. Sasaki, I think she was asking why. 206. 207. Aizawa, personal reasons between my husband and I. 208. 209. Sasaki, do you not want Midoriya? 210. 211. Aizawa, I would do anything to make that boy's life safe, healthy, and happy. I do not believe that being his sole caretaker would do that at this point in time. Perhaps in the future, but not now. 212. 213. Mochizuki, why not? You and Midoriya-kun are so close. He is extremely attached to you. 214. 215. Sasaki, attached. In what way, exactly? 216. 217. Aizawa, I'm not exactly sure how to answer your questions. 218. 219. Sasaki, are you willing to do joint custody? 220. 221. Aizawa, yes. 222. 223. Sasaki, if Midoriya goes to UA, you will be his main caretaker, yes. 224. 225. Aizawa, yes. 226. 227. Sasaki, but you won't just foster him. 228. 229. Aizawa, correct. 230. 231. Sasaki, am I the only one who is confused here? 232. 233. Mochizuki, I thought you had been considering taking over his fostering. What changed? 234. 235. Yamada, Aizawa and I are having personal problems that we do not feel is appropriate for Izuku-kun to be around. 236. 237. Kano, personal problems. Yes, he said. But will Midoriya-kun not still be around those problems if he is at UA, or if you share custody? 238. 239. Aizawa. If UA as a whole fosters Izuku, the staff will make collective decisions for his well-being. If the Basho couple shares custody, they will be the ones making most of the decisions. The Bashos only request joint custody so that you can't ban Izuku from seeing me. 240. 241. Sasaki, should we? Again, the boy will still be around whatever these issues are you are having with your husband. If these issues are keeping you from fostering him, should they not keep you from being near him at all? What exactly are these issues? You seem as if you are afraid to make decisions for the child. 242. 243. Aizawa. I do not believe that I can make justified and reasonable decisions for Izuku in my current state. 244. 245. Sasaki. From your injuries. 246. 247. Aizawa. Yes. From my injuries. And from the other problems in my marriage. 248. 249. PC. What exactly are your injuries? I thought you said you will be fine in a few weeks. 250. 251. Aizawa. Sigh, I do not feel comfortable answering these questions. 252. 253. Akage. Excuse me. I am a lawyer for the state and a board member on this case. I must say, these questions all seem quite reasonable when determining where Midoriya will be placed. You seem to be a common link with the current choices. If you are not healthy for Midoriya to be around, then I would ask that the court please offer a revote on the children's facility. 254. 255. Midoriya. What? You can't do that. 256. 257. Judge. Yes, the court can. Midoriya-kun. I am beginning to agree as well. If the Bashos will not take you in without Aizawa-san's partial custody, and Yua will out you under Aizawa-san's care, then we must know if it is even healthy for you to be with Aizawa-san. 258. 259. Midoriya. Of course it's fine if I'm with Aizawa-sensei. I want to be with him. I need to be with him. 260. 261. Judge, we will get your input in a moment. Please sit down. 262. 263. Akage. How are your injuries playing a role? 264. 265. Aizawa. I have brain damage from the attack. Despite being healed, it is still affecting my cognitive functions. 266. 267. Akage. How so? 268. 269. Aizawa. Emotionally, rationally. I am more impulsive than before. I cannot separate my emotions from reality. I struggle with understanding the consequences of actions. It has been slowly getting better, but I am still behind. I would prefer to have my entire mind before I make a decision to bring a child completely under my care. 270. 271. Judge, how long until you are completely healed? 272. 273. Aizawa. I may never be. It has been getting better with time, but I may never be back to what I was. 274. 275. Judge, at what point would you agree to look into fostering Izuku? What if you never heal? Would you never consider the possibility? 276. 277. Aizawa. I'm not sure. I suppose I would need to work that out with Yamada. 278. 279. Akage. HM. You seem plenty capable to me. But if you aren't comfortable with the responsibility. 280. 281. Kano. Would you say your relationship with Midoriya is a healthy one? 282. 283. Aizawa. I don't know. In some ways, yes. But in others, probably not. 284. 285. Kano, can you explain? 286. 287. Aizawa. The kid trusts me. I'm one of the only people he trusts and, quite frankly, I trust him back. We are comfortable together most of the time and can usually understand one another. Or we could, until he was removed from UA. Even after the Ustja, things weren't perfect, but I believed we would work things out. Instead, things escalated when he was taken away. Now things have changed. 288. 289. Sasaki, how so? 290. 291. Aizawa. He thinks that if I leave, or if he leaves, he will never see me again. So he has become dependent on my presence. 292. 293. Basho H. We have been working to curb the behavior for the past month, but it is slow going. It's not helpful that Midoriya-kun thinks he could still be taken away at a moment's notice. 294. 295. Aizawa. When I leave or react negatively to him, he breaks apart. He has always had attachment and abandonment issues, but never to this extent. 296. 297. Ishii. Midoriya-kun, I am Ishii Denji, a psychologist and trauma specialist. You seem uncomfortable. Do you need to step out? 298. 299. Midoriya, I'm fine. 300. 301. Ishii, your palms are bleeding. 302. 303. Midoriya, OTH then, yeah, I probably need a BB break. Underscore 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 underscore. Kid, if you need a break, ask for one. Aizawa-sensei growled as he helped Izuku bandage his hands. Of all times to interrupt the speaker, that would be the only appropriate one. I didn't realize I was hurting myself. I was trying so hard and not to scratch T2, Izuku replied, disappointment making his skin prickle. Aizawa-sensei sighed heavily, shoulders slumping slightly as he pressed the band-aid to Izuku's palm. Izuku hadn't allowed anyone else to touch him, insisting he could bandage himself, but in the end, Aizawa had managed to get Izuku to receive help. Only from Aizawa, though. Now the man was in the chair next to the boy, cleaning his small, crescent-shaped wounds, scolding the boy, as if they weren't surrounded by people who had the power to completely turn his life into a burning pile of shit. Izuku jerked slightly at the sting of alcohol, but stilled when Aizawa-sensei spoke again. Do you need to step out of the room? No. I think I'll be okay. Aizawa-sensei observed him, eyes searching intently, but Izuku schooled his expression. You are an awful liar. I'm not lying. Kid, I don't want to leave the room. Deku finally hissed. You guys will make a decision without me. Nothing will happen while on recess. Nothing will happen at all if I just stay. Deku said, glaring at Aizawa-sensei defiantly. Aizawa-sensei placed a final bandage on his palm, the one good hand holding Izuku's tightly in. Reassurance. Kindness. Love. Deku lowered his glare, observing his hands. I think you would be a good dad even if you aren't all there in the head, he said in a whisper, a smile gracing his lips. Aizawa-sensei's eyes softened. Yamada-sensei came up to the two with a bottle of water for Izuku, of which the boy took and downed half of. Izuku-kun, of all times to not speak up. Aizawa-sensei already scolded me. Deku responded with an added eye roll. At the look on Yamada-sensei's face, he stopped and bowed his head slightly. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. You never do. I really was trying hard not to hurt myself in any way. Can you handle being in the room for the rest of the conversation? Aizawa-sensei asked. I can wait with you in the hall if you can't. Yamada-sensei said. They won't make any decisions without your knowledge. I'll make sure of it. No, I want to stay. Besides, if they choose to put that facility back as an option, I at least want to pitch a fit. It's my only chance to show them how much of a pain I can be before a final decision is made. Don't you dare do that on purpose, brat. Aizawa-sensei said sternly. Please don't. Yamada-sensei said, sounding tired just from the thought. Deku smiled mischievously at the two before dropping the expression. I really don't think I could handle it if they choose to send me there, he whispered, suddenly very aware of the 20 people still in the room. Most were having their own conversations, but that didn't mean all of them weren't listening. If they choose that. Yamato rubbed the back of Izuku's hand softly, not speaking. I won't see you ever again. They'll make sure of it. They might even take me right away. Try not to work yourself up. At least wait until it's actually an option again, Yamato cautioned. Izuku nodded, biting back the tears that had entered his eyes. Aizawa caught the stray drop that fell, rubbing it away from his cheek. No matter what, things will be okay in the end, Aizawa said. You are too strong for them not to be. I wish you could be this nice in class, Deku said, trying to erase his fear with humor. Not a chance, brat. Deku paused, looking between the two men. I used to be afraid of adult men. Did Mochizuki-san ever tell you that? It's in your file, Aizawa responded. I've never been afraid of you two. Ever. Not like I used to be. Not like with Samenta-sensei at first. Or Snipe-sensei. That's good. Are you guys fighting? Is that why you've been acting funny lately? Is it because of me? We are not fighting because of you, Yamada-sensei assured. We are fighting because that happens sometimes when you're married. Are you going to break up? No. They both said together. Kayam would kill us if we did, Yamada-sensei joked. I'd have to find a new alarm clock. Hisashi is oh so convenient in the mornings. Deku laughed before looking at them. Even if you don't want to right now, even if you can't, do you think you could try and foster me later on? Maybe, Izuku. Maybe. That is something we will have to touch on another day, okay? Okay. Deku took a breath. I'm really fine now. Aizawa-sensei studied him once more before nodding and standing up. Yamada-sensei stayed next to Izuku this time, ignoring the unspoken rule that Izuku should be sitting in his section alone, since he was the topic of discussion. Aizawa-sensei walked down to the center, and the meeting continued once more. Underscore 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 one. Judge, let's continue. Should anyone need to stop, please speak up. 2. 3. Takeda, Aizawa-san, you do well with Midoriya-kun. Watching you and your husband with him is the first time today that I have felt comfortable with him in the care of Yua. 4. 5. Kano. Let us not forget the negative aspects of the relationship, however. I agree that that was a positive interaction, but obviously more is happening that we did not get a convenient demonstration of. 6. 7. Aizawa. I wouldn't call the kid hurting himself convenient, but sure. I have already told you that there are negative points to Izuku's attachment to me. 8. 9. Nezu. If you separate them, you might just get to see the negative aspects. 10. 11. Midoriya. Can you not joke about that, Principal Nezu? I'd rather not be shipped off to an insane asylum, just to satisfy people's curiosity. 12. 13. Sasaki. It isn't an insane asylum. It would help you. 14. 15. Midoriya. I already hate therapy. But I offered to do more or try something different if it helps. What you're proposing is way too much. 16. 17. Judge, enough. Are there any more questions for Aizawa-san? 18. 19. Nezu. A question about Aizawa, not for him. 20. 21. Judge, go ahead. 22. 23. Nezu. In order to quicken this meeting, has it been agreed that Aizawa should remain in Midoriya's life? 24. 25. Judge, please raise your hands if you think that Aizawa-san should remain in Midoriya's life. 26. 27. Panel, 13/20. 28. 29. Judge, Midoriya, were you raising your hand for a break? 30. 31. Midoriya. No, I just agree that Aizawa-sensei should stay in my life. 32. 33. Yamada, Izuku, cut it out. 34. 35. Judge, alright. I also agree, despite the negative side of things, that Aizawa should remain with Midoriya. On that note, I would like to say something. It has already been mentioned that should Midoriya be released to Yua custody, that the Bashos would have secondary joint custody. In this way, should something happen in which Midoriya may be pulled from the program once more, he has a familiar place to return. I wish to add a stipulation. Yua may hold dominant custody for up to a year until you and Yamada-san have agreed to take over. If you do not, I request that the Bashos take full custody. I do not believe that a school should have custody over a child. At first, the circumstances of the Deku case warranted it, but now I do not believe it is necessary. Midoriya is not a flight risk when it comes to you, Aizawa-san. I do not believe that he needs to be on lockdown while at US so long as you are around. It seems to me that Midoriya will return to you regardless of what happens. 36. 37. Judge, perhaps we should restate the options. 38. 39. Judge, yes. First, all in favor of putting the mental health facility back as an option. 40. 41. Panel, 10/20. 42. 43. Judge, all opposed? 44. 45. Panel, 9/20. 46. 47. Judge, I still disagree with the facility as well, which makes it a tie. Midoriya-kun. 48. 49. Midoriya, absolutely not. 50. 51. Judge, all right. No facility. On to the final options. 52. 53. Judge. The first option is that Midoriya stay with the Basho couple with a stipulation that Aizawa Shota have visitation rights. Schooling may be at UA or elsewhere. The second option is that Yua have majority, but dual custody with the Basho couple, with a stipulation that Aizawa and Yamada take over care within a year. Should they not, the Basho couple would hold full custody after the fact. 54. 55. Takeda. Should Yua hold custody? What would that mean in terms of schooling? 56. 57. Judge. Yua would decide which course Izuku would be permitted to enter. The courts can only limit the hours spent. 58. 59. Takeda. So if we choose Yua, Midoriya will automatically rejoin the hero course. 60. 61. Nezu. Most likely, yes. 62. 63. Takeda. So we are ultimately deciding between the hero course or no hero course with the decision. 64. 65. Judge, it seems so. With that clarified, I will give the members of the board a few minutes to think through the options. Please enjoy the final recess. We will come back in 10 minutes. 66. 67. 10 minutes. 68. 69. Judge, to start, I would like to inform the court that during the 10-minute break, one of the diplomats needed to leave to attend to an emergency elsewhere. This leaves the board with 19 members, including myself. This does not change the voting system. Majority rule. On the decision between Yua and the Bashos, please raise your hands if you vote for Midoriya to stay with the Bashos. 70. 71. Panel, 10/19. 72. 73. Judge. All in favor of Midoriya staying with Yua. 74. 75. Panel, 8/19. 76. 77. Judge. For what it is worth, I vote for the latter, making the count 9/19. 78. 79. Midoriya, wait. 80. 81. Judge, yes. 82. 83. Midoriya. Don't I get a say in this one too? You've let me in the other decisions. 84. 85. Judge, I allowed your say on tiebreakers. 86. 87. Midoriya, it's my life. 88. 89. Judge, who will break the tie once you vote? 90. 91. Midoriya, someone neutral. Someone who already doesn't like me. 92. 93. Judge, And that would be 94. 95. Midoriya, Watanabeson. Who knows what he'll say in the end, right? But at least I'll have my voice heard. 96. 97. Judge. Does anyone on the panel disagree? 98. 99. Panel. Silence. 100. 101. Judge. Very well. What do you choose, Midoriya-kun? 102. 103. Midoriya. I want to be at UA. Then in a year, if Aizawa-sensei still can't foster me, I'll go to the bass shows. 104. 105. Judge. That makes for a tie with 10/20 votes each way. Watanabeson. I apologize for putting you on the spot, but you will. 106. 107. Watanabe. I think it would be safest for UA to have custody over the kid. 108. 109. Midoriya. Really? 110. 111. Watanabe. Didn't you pick me because you knew I'd agree with you? 112. 113. Midoriya. No. I was actually kind of afraid you would just choose the opposite of what I said to spite me. 114. 115. Watanabe. Well, I didn't. I think that you should stay at UA. At least you will actually stay put there. 116. 117. Judge. Very well. In that case, the final decision has been made with 11/21 votes. Midoriya Izuku will return to UA custody. Schooling may resume. In a year, a smaller meeting will take place to determine Midoriya's fostering situation once more. With that, this meeting is dismissed. Underscore 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 underscore. At the sound of the mallet hitting the table, Izuku suddenly felt lighter than he had in over a month. He was back at UA. He could be a student again. He would stay with Aizawa-sensei. He even had a backup plan should something happen. The bass shows would be a safety net that he could fall back on. He was more secure now than he had ever been in his life. The only thing that could make this better was if the cuffs came off. One step at a time, kid. Aizawa said, his tone also carrying a lightness to it. Izuku was hugging the man before he could even realize that his body had moved. Tears were streaming down his face and his shoulders felt so incredibly cool under the fabric of his shirt. Kid, why are you crying? Are you okay? Aizawa-sensei asked, voice strained once more. No. I'm fine. I'm going home. I get to GGO home. That's right, little listener. You get to go home. Yamada-sensei said. And I don't have to leave TT tonight. No, you don't. Though we might need to pick up Chato. Aizawa said. And I get to join C class. That's up to Nezu. But probably. You did pass the entrance exams, Aizawa replied. I thought I'd be BBE sent away. I thought I'd be BEL locked up, or DD drugged, or that I wouldn't see you. But I get to GGGO home. With you guys. On there aren't locks on those D doors. And if I get in trouble, I can know what TTO expect. And you want H hit me, or L lock me away or BB burn me. And I want BBE hungry or C cold or Aelon. And. Alright, kid. You have to take a breath. You're muttering. Okay. Aizawa, once again, had a shadow. Just like it was before Izuku had been taken away. The kid was almost glued to his side. It had only been a day, but already Aizawa was feeling the suffocating nature of this boy's presence. Considering how much he had wanted Izuku during the month he had been gone, Aizawa really just wanted the kid to go away now, if only for a few hours. The clinginess, luckily, seemed to be the only bad side effect from the whole ordeal for now. Of which, Aizawa was grateful. He didn't think he could handle continuous breakdowns from the boy. Not after a month of them. Aizawa was tired. And not his normal type of tired either. He was used to lack of sleep. He could handle having only 3 hours of rest at a time. However, he didn't seem to be as capable of handling the mental exhaustion anymore. It was frustrating. He used to be able to brush mental strain to the side, deal with it when it was convenient. But now it nagged at him. It made him impulsive and caused his emotions to run under his skin, ready to appear in an instant. He felt like a teenager again, and that just fueled his anger, which, in turn, fueled the mental exhaustion. Kayama had said his irrational actions had lessened as time went on. She had said that he seemed to be better able to control himself as time passed. But Aizawa didn't really see a difference. He still wasn't how he used to be. He still had a long way to go before he would determine himself as completely healed. But for now, he was tired. And being tired made him irritable. And the problem child, not giving him space to breathe, only fueled his negative emotions. He was trying to grade. He was trying to get ahead on work so that he could properly assess his students in the upcoming sports festival. He only had 2 weeks to do so, and his exhaustion had made him work so much slower lately. Well, that, and the fact that reading for long periods of time made the letters blur and multiply, or at times seemed to disappear from his sight. Recovery Girl called the disturbance silent migraines. He called them a nuisance. A nuisance, much like the kid was currently being. He was on the other side of the room. Aizawa knew the kid was picking up on his rotten mood, and had gone as far from Aizawa as he currently felt comfortable. Aizawa appreciated the consideration despite it not being enough. The kid was alternating between reading a book and doing schoolwork. Izuku's leg was bouncing, shaking the table just enough for the glass of water next to the boy to slosh slightly. He was gnawing on the end of his pen. His hands ran through his hair every now and then, and he was shifting slightly in his chair as his feet continuously switched positions. He wasn't even making noise, but Aizawa wanted to scream at the kid to just stop. Aizawa stood suddenly, making the kid jump slightly and look at him curiously. "Bathroom," Aizawa said, suddenly pissed that he even needed to make the statement. He needed to calm down. He needed to figure out why his emotions were being so extremely more than they normally were, even since his brain injury. This intense reaction wasn't in line with what had been happening the past month. Did he need to go see Recovery Girl? No, this wasn't a medical issue. It was personal. Izuku had come home. The kid had come home, and Aizawa needed to talk about it. He needed to work through the court hearing and the past month and a half. But the one person he usually relied on hadn't come to bed last night. Again. "We can't fight on his first night back." "Show," Yamada had said to him Friday night. "So I'm going to sleep at home. I'll be by tomorrow after patrol. We can have dinner together with anyone else who's in the dorm, okay?" Then the man had said something similar yesterday as well. And now it was Sunday, and Aizawa had a feeling the process would only continue to repeat. Aizawa needed Yamada. He needed him, but Yamada wasn't available for Aizawa to lean on this time. FCK, the whole FCking world today. All too soon. Aizawa was back in the sitting area, and Izuku was looking at him with his wide green eyes to double-check that Aizawa wasn't hurt in the short time he had taken in the bathroom. Izuku's leg continued shaking. And shaking. And the water in the glass continued to move and ripple. And the hands continued to twirl in the dark locks. And, "Why don't you go exercise, kid?" Aizawa said, voice more strained than he intended. "You've been sitting and doing bookwork all day. Go work your body." Izuku looked back up at him, eyes searching. Confusion and fear flickered in the depths for a split second before the kid shook his head. I'm okay. I need to see catch up. I'm almost done." Despite the bandages, Izuku seemed to read something in his facial expressions because he continued. "Am I bothering you?" he whispered. "I'm sorry. I'll try harder to be still." Aizawa sighed. "Just go for a run if you are antsy. You can finish when you get back." Izuku tensed slightly, glancing around the room, refusing to make eye contact with Aizawa. "No, I'm okay, really, sensei. I don't need to run or anything. One D-day without physical activity won't kill me." They both turned back to their work. Aizawa could tell that Izuku was working hard not to fidget, but that almost made things worse. Each movement, now half restrained, drew his attention more. I'm not asking anymore. Go let off some energy, Aizawa said after 30 minutes. Izuku flinched, staring at Aizawa. I'm okay, really. I know you're okay. But I'm telling you to go for a run, or to just do something. Something other than be in the same room. Something FLC curd in the green eyes and Izuku's head tilted. I'm not even making noise. Why are you upset with me? Deku asked, voice soft but confident. I'm not upset. I'm telling you to go exercise, that's all. You are lying, Deku said, voice mostly calm, though a hint of anger filtered through. Aizawa frowned, looking back at his work to collect himself. Go. You should work your body every day if you hope to be a hero, Aizawa said, ignoring Deku's accusation. I don't want to, Deku said. As I said a few seconds ago, I'm not asking. I'm not going to, Deku said, eyes a challenge. I want to stay here, with you. I'm not doing anything wrong, so it's fine if I stay. The kid was right. He wasn't doing anything wrong. He wasn't even making noise. But Aizawa needed him to go, for his own sanity. FCK. What was wrong with him today? He was towing the line of pushing the kid away. He was pushing Izuku's fears of not being wanted. He could see the fear behind the brave facade. Deku was fighting back to see how far Aizawa would go. To see if Aizawa would outright tell him he didn't want him. But Aizawa did want him. That wasn't the issue. Izuku was just unfortunately the only available target for Aizawa ire, and Aizawa hated himself for acting this way. The kid didn't deserve it. All the more reason for the child to get away from Aizawa before he became more irrationally irritable. If you don't find it worth your while to better yourself physically, then perhaps you don't belong in the hero course. Aizawa was making a leap. He was being irrational. God damn it, he needed to talk to Izashi. Deku stood, face lighting up with fury. Even heroes don't work out every day. You didn't on Friday or yesterday. 3 days in a row is too many. Now go. And Deku did. Aizawa took a deep breath when the boy left the room, only to close his eyes against the shame, anger, and guilt that he now felt. 2 days. He couldn't be decent to the kid for 2 days. After everything that happened. After the kid had been taken away. After Aizawa had struggled over his absence. After the boy had so clearly struggled mentally with the idea of being separated. He couldn't just leave the kid be. Wasn't he supposed to be an adult? Where the hell had that reasonable part of his mind disappeared to? Underscore 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 Izuku had known Aizawa-sensei was in a bad mood from the moment he had seen him that morning. He had been sure to keep as much distance from the man as possible. He had made sure to be quiet. To not be a problem. But for some reason, his very presence seemed to set Aizawa-sensei off. He had thought of simply going up to his room earlier in the day. But the idea of leaving Aizawa-sensei made his heart ache. What if Aizawa-sensei wasn't there when he came back? What if the man decided to leave and never come back? What if, when Izuku presented himself, Mochizuki-san was waiting to take him away again? Even though he knew that it wasn't likely, or even probable, the fear had kept Izuku from separating with the man. But the sighs, the angry huffs, the frustrated glares and glances that Aizawa-sensei performed spoke volumes that Izuku wasn't wanted around. It was off-putting. It was painful. Aizawa-sensei didn't seem to be aware that he was performing the actions which only made it worse. He said he wanted Izuku. He said he loved him. But maybe that was a lie. Was his subconscious actions his true feelings? Or was something else going on? Then, Aizawa had pretty much told Izuku to just go away. Aizawa had told him to go exercise, but Izuku knew what Aizawa was actually doing. He wanted Izuku to leave. He wanted Izuku to leave him alone. And Deku, being the dumbass he was, decided to push back. How far would Aizawa-sensei go? How long until Aizawa-sensei simply said what was really on his mind? How long until the truth came out that Aizawa-sensei didn't want Izuku? Deku had called him out. "Why are you upset with me?" he had asked. And Aizawa-sensei had lied in response. In the end, Deku had given up the fight, leaving Aizawa-sensei as soon as his anger outweighed his fear of something happening to the man. He was pissed, livid, enraged, incensed. He was starting to run out of synonyms. As he began his run, the anger died down and the pain in his chest came back. Aizawa-sensei obviously didn't want him. It was clear that the man felt he'd made a mistake by taking Izuku back. It was only a matter of time now until Mochizuki-san did show up at the door again, this time on behalf of Aizawa-sensei being sick of Izuku. And Izuku hadn't even done anything wrong. And that thought started the spark of fury once more. Izuku had been good. He had been quiet. He was doing his work without complaint. He had eaten all his food at every meal. He had gone to bed when asked. He hadn't woken up Aizawa-sensei when he had suffered from the nightmares either, handling them himself. He hadn't even scratched. He washed the dishes right away, even at night. He swept the floor of his room. He wiped down the counters after cooking. He had made sure that Chato was cared for and wasn't bothering anyone else. He had been good. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe Aizawa-sensei simply had too much time to think about how terrible Izuku was even when he was being decent. Maybe he needed to do something wrong to distract the man. Aizawa-sensei was a teacher. Teachers like to solve problems. Aizawa was frustrated because Izuku was a problem without even trying, but that wasn't solvable. If Izuku was being a solvable problem, Aizawa-sensei would keep him around until he could fix it. That's what it was. Aizawa-sensei was bored with Izuku being too good, and that was upsetting him. Well, Izuku could fix that. He could change. It wouldn't be too hard. It would even be fun. He could make Aizawa want to keep him for a little longer. He would make Aizawa want to keep him. Underscore 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 underscore. Sneaking into Aizawa-sensei's and Yamada-sensei's room wasn't difficult. It was only Izuku and Aizawa-sensei in the dorm, so all Deku had to do was make sure Aizawa-sensei was still busy grading his papers. Upon entering the room, it truly hit Deku how much of a minimalist Aizawa-sensei was in comparison to his husband. Yamada-sensei had posters of famous musicians up on the wall, whereas Aizawa-sensei's side of the room had nothing. Yamada-sensei had books, CDs, clothes, knickknacks, and more placed around the room. It was clean, but clearly lived in. Aizawa might as well not even sleep in the room. Aizawa-sensei's drawers were only half filled with clothes, all blacks and grays. The only color he had was the two bright yellow sleeping bags tucked away in a corner, both of which Deku took and hid. One up in the ventilation system, and the other in his own wardrobe for a future idea. Aizawa-sensei still had one with him downstairs, so it wasn't as if Izuku was completely ridding him of the mobile sleeping places. Other than that, Aizawa-sensei had no photos, no special bathroom supplies, no personal items of any kind really. It was similar to how Izuku had been on the street. However, even he had had one or two items that were precious to him that he kept around, such as his notebooks and knives. Aizawa-sensei didn't seem to have any. Just as Deku was about to leave the room, he heard a low growl come from the direction of the bed. It made Izuku jump as he turned slowly to find a large white cat glaring at him from beside the balcony doors. When the hell had a cat gotten in here? The monstrous of fluff hopped onto the bed and slowly walked its way over to Izuku, growling the entire time. Izuku blinked at it before tentatively holding out a hand. "Hi, kitty," he said softly, positioning his body in a non-threatening manner. "I'm Izuku." The cat approached slowly, stopping just before it was close enough to smell Izuku. The boy didn't move his outstretched hand, not wanting to frighten the animal. The two stared at one another, and Izuku slowly blinked, a sign of affection among cats, or so he had read. It seemed to have worked, as the cat sniffed him, and then rubbed its face along his hand, a purr escaping it. "Are you Aizawa-sensei's cat? I didn't know he had you at UA, though I guess it makes sense since he has to stay here with me all the time." he said softly. The cat only continued to purr. Considering how many of the doors, including the door to Aizawa-sensei's room, had cat doors built in after Chato arrived, it was odd that Izuku had never seen the white cat before. Did the animal never explore? Izuku shook his head of the thought, petting the cat more. Just as he was about to back away and exit, the damn thing bit him hard. Izuku nearly yelped out loud at the sudden pain, but was able to bite his tongue, pulling his hand back. Holy shit, that hurt. AFCK, it drew blood. Izuku cupped his hand close to his chest as he exited the room quickly. He needed to clean this up before Aizawa-sensei saw it. He could blame the bite on Chato, but the kitten had never even nipped at anyone before, so it would probably be unbelievable. As he cleaned the wound, he noticed just how deep the bite was. No way he could hide that for long. His best hope was to go to Recovery Girl first thing and pray that she heals the wound. She could be a little finicky on what she would and would not heal. For now, he put a band-aid over the wound after cleaning it out with alcohol. Underscore 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 without any real way to mess with Aizawa in the dorms. Deku had to think outside the box. He really didn't want to get in trouble, so whatever he did had to be completely secret. He couldn't get caught lest he be grounded. If they couldn't prove Deku had done anything wrong, he would be fine even if Aizawa knew it was Deku who had acted out. Thus, when Monday came around, Deku started looking around for different ways to mess with the man. Shinsu, unwittingly, helped as well. What would you do if you wanted to mess with someone? Deku asked before the other students started arriving. Shinsu sat up, the bags under his eyes darker than normal, though a curious glint had entered his gaze. That depends. Who's the person, and how annoying have they been? It's an adult, Deku said. And they have been irritable with you for no reason. This already sounds like a bad idea, Midoriya, Shinsu said, putting his head back in his arms. Did the hearing not go well on Friday? Are you still stuck with the Fosters you don't want to be around? No. I got placed back where I want. Shinsu looked at him again. Are you trying to ruin things? No, I've actually been really good, Deku whispered. But, my Foster, he is so angry with me. He won't even give me the time of day anymore. I didn't even do anything wrong. So now you are going to purposefully do something wrong. Well, at least that will make him pay attention. Maybe, if I'm doing something wrong, I'll be more interesting. He'll keep me around longer. You are smarter than that. Don't FCK with the system, not so soon after being put back where you want. Deku sighed and grumbled under his breath. Shinsu didn't seem to understand either. It wasn't like this before. It's only been 2 days. But, he genuinely seems to not want me around. Deku's voice broke midway through. I used to mess with him plenty before they took me away. Maybe he wants that back. Is that really so stupid? Shinsu thought for a moment before shrugging his shoulders. Look, I've never met the guy. If you really think it might work, knock yourself out. Just don't push it too far. So, what would you do if you wanted to mess with someone? Once, when I was younger back before they just put me in group homes, I had this toy that made an obnoxious high-pitched sound. It was subtle though. I hid it in my foster parents' room. They both went to the doctor to get their ears checked. It drove them up the wall. I can probably make something like that during support course, Deku said, pulling out a pad of paper and writing down plans. Just make sure you work on normal stuff too, Shinsu warned. Only 12 days until the sports festival. Don't FCK up your chances just because you are distracted. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that. Hey Shinsu, want to figure out strategy during training after school? Sure. By the way, what's your schedule, now that you are back with the original home? Same as before the switch. Mondays and Thursdays are support. All others are hero. But the hero course does only quirk training on Fridays. so I will join General instead. Lucky. Win the sports festival, and you will be too. Deku said with a grin. Underscore 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 underscore. Aizawa's sleeping bags were missing, and he couldn't remember where he had placed them. He had thought he had put them in the closet on Thursday after school, but they weren't there. He hadn't left them in the lounge or in his classroom either. It was odd. So he started his day just as irritable as he had the previous one. At least he had classes to focus on. The day went slowly. His class was rambunctious as always, and the staff were running around in preparation for the sports festival. Starting today, the dorms would be completely filled as the teachers worked through the late hours of the night. The only positive to that situation was that Hisashi would have to speak with Aizawa at some point. The black-haired man was willing to pretend everything was fine. He just wanted Hisashi back. The kid was back. Now it was time for his husband too. Everything was going well until after school, when Aizawa was supposed to be overseeing the training between Shinsu and the brat. A buzzing sound. It was slight. He only picked up on it at random intervals, but it was enough to distract him. It was enough to be annoying. What the hell? Was something wrong with the air conditioner? He'd have to tell Nezu about it. The trio reviewed sports festival rules, so that the two students could prepare strategy without breaking any rules and getting disqualified. Both students were allowed support items since they weren't officially registered under the hero course. But the items needed to be made by themselves. Izuku was even allowed knives so long as he had built them. The boy had grumbled at that, but started writing out plans for making wooden knives since he wasn't currently permitted to use the smelting tools required to make them from metal. Shinsu was permitted to use his quirk at any point during the actual events. But before and after the starting and ending bells, he had to drop the control immediately. What he did with the students under his control didn't matter so long as he didn't cause any serious harm. He also wasn't permitted to force them to quit. When it came to the one-on-one battles, he would have to have them physically move out of bounds. He couldn't force them to give up. Then the two had set out making plans. They were actually quite clever when they put their minds to a task. If they knew what the first two tasks would be, they could probably have made plans that would easily allow them to win. But luckily for the other contestants, the boys did not have that information. So their plans had to remain vague, simple, and malleable. Underscore 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 underscore. Most of the other staff were sitting in the living area when Aizawa and Izuku walked into the dorm. Yamada and Kayama and Cementos stood immediately, greeting the two before hurrying off into the teacher's study. They must be planning for the sports festival. Izuku ran off to his room once he greeted everyone, and Aizawa headed towards the kitchen, only to find lunch rush already cooking. "You are staying the night?" "No, but Nezu asked that I make dinner for everyone for the next 2 weeks, so you all could focus on work." Lunch rush replied. That was kind of him. Weird, but kind. I think he enjoys throwing you all off. I would have to agree. Aizawa replied with a sigh. "Say hello to your wife from me. It's been a while." "I will. Dinner will be ready in 15 minutes. Lunch rush said. A clear dismissal. The man never liked having people infringe on his territory, especially when he was cooking. So Aizawa left the room, giving Power Layouter the space. Aizawa wasn't sure what to do with himself. He was completely caught up on grading. He had lesson plans to the end of the semester. He had even created specialized training and study regimens for the students who needed more help in those areas. So he was at a loss. Maybe he could give the students a pop quiz tomorrow, just to give him something to work on tonight. Yes, that sounded good. Kaminari needed to be prepared for surprises like this at any point anyway. It would be good practice. It would also prove to Aizawa that the kid did not, in fact, do his homework on his own. Aizawa went to the teacher's offices to pull out the textbook he had assigned the class to read from. Yamada was animatedly explaining one of the tasks and working through ways to counteract any potential problems that may occur. It was soothing to hear his voice. So Aizawa stayed in the lounge to work. In too short a time, dinner was called. "Aizawa," Yamada called to him. He was smiling as he walked up. "How are you feeling? I haven't had the chance to talk with you all day," he said cheerfully. But he didn't wrap his arm around Aizawa's shoulders like he normally did. He didn't lean in for a kiss as he normally would since they were both in relative privacy. "I'm fine. Just tired." Yamada's grin widened. "I get that. Man, the sport festival always takes it out of me. I was thinking a small break was in order after this thing is over." "What do you say?" he asked as the two exited the study. "What type of break?" Aizawa questioned before agreeing. Yamada's smile faltered a bit, and he turned to look at Aizawa fully, pulling his arm a little to get the man to stop. They were in the middle of the living room. Only Kayama and 13 were left, talking about something in hushed tones. "Maybe we could get Kayama to stay with Izuku. We could go to dinner, get a hotel for the night. Just to get away. Me and you." Aizawa was not prepared for that to come out of Yamada's mouth. The other man must have taken his silence the wrong way because he hurriedly backtracked. "I mean, if you want. I know that you don't like to change your routine that much. I just thought it might be nice. And of course, only if the kid can handle it. I wouldn't want to be called home because of a panic attack or anything. And I completely understand." "Sure," Aizawa said, interrupting him. "That sounds nice." Yamada flushed, but grinned wide once more. He started walking away, but Aizawa grabbed his hand, stopping him. "Does that mean you won't be around until then, though?" he asked, voice quiet. Yamada looked at him confused. "What do you mean, Sho?" I don't want to start a fight," Aizawa said. "I was just, are you going to avoid me until then? Like you have been this past weekend?" Yamada tensed and shifted his gaze away. "Let's talk after dinner. They are waiting," he said, taking his hand out of Aizawa's and turning away. Aizawa wanted to scream. He nearly did. But he held it back, following Yamada into the dining area and sitting down to eat. Underscore 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 Aizawa Sensei and Yamada Sensei were tense during dinner. Yamada Sensei still laughed and chatted loudly, but he was on edge. Something about his tone or his facial expression gave it away. It made Izuku slightly nauseous to watch. He knew that face. He had seen it plenty of times before. Aizawa Sensei and Yamada Sensei were going to have a big fight soon. Neither knew it though. But they both had things on their mind. They both were having an internal struggle with what they wanted to tell the other. They were both angry. They had said as much during the court hearing. They were going through a hard time. It's one of the main reasons they didn't want Izuku right now. Was it one of the reasons Aizawa had been so upset with Izuku? Was Izuku the problem? He knew that Aizawa Sensei and Yamada Sensei had said he wasn't, but that was a little hard to believe at this point. Foster parents always started fighting when he entered into a home. It was inevitable. After dinner, Yamada Sensei pulled Aizawa Sensei outside. The two stopped just inside the tree line at the back of the dorm. But Izuku had managed to find a window on the second floor that let him watch what was happening. He stayed there, watching for over 30 minutes. The two, at first, simply stood. But now, Yamada Sensei was pacing. Aizawa Sensei was shifting uncomfortably. His shoulders tensed and raised, reminding Izuku of how a cat raised its haunches when upset. Then, they were yelling at each other. Izuku couldn't hear the words despite opening the window. But every now and then the wind would carry the angry voices, just enough for Izuku to tell that both men were taking it in turn to scream at one another. "Izuku," came a voice from behind. Izuku jumped, looking back to find Kayame Sensei. "What are you doing?" she asked. Izuku stumbled over his words, trying to come up with an excuse, but the wind carried another sound into the room and Izuku turned back to look. The sound was unintelligible, but it had been Yamada-sensei. He had advanced on Aizawa-sensei, his hands raised up to the sky, exasperated. Izuku flinched when he got a little too close to Aizawa-sensei for Izuku's comfort. Kame-sensei walked over and looked out before shutting the window. They went outside so you wouldn't see. I know, Izuku responded. Why don't you come with me? I'll help you with homework. I already finished. Izuku replied, watching intently as Aizawa-sensei straightened to his full height and stepped even closer to Yamada-sensei. Are they going to hit each other? He asked, voice barely a whisper. Kame-sensei went back to his side to look out the window again. No, they won't hit each other, she said firmly. How do you know? I've known Hisashi and Shota for half our lives. I know they won't hit each other. Daddy used to hit Mama a lot, Izuku said, not really sure why he shared that information. 2 of my other homes also hit each other when they got mad. Izuku didn't take his eyes off the scene playing down below. Kame-sensei was looking at him. One time, at my second home, the woman started throwing things at the man. One of the books that she threw hit me, so I ran away. Mama always told me to run away when people got angry like this. It wasn't safe. When I got back, the parents called and had me moved to a new home. Izuku tensed when he saw Yamada-sensei raise his arms again. But they never landed. You should have never faced that, Izuku-kun, Kame-sensei said. Is that why you are watching? To see if you'll have to run? No. I can't really run away anymore, can I? I don't want to run away anymore, Izuku said as he rubbed at his wrists. I'm watching to make sure no one gets hit. If it gets too serious, Izuku took a breath. I sometimes had to step between Daddy and Mama before anyone got killed. I used to do the same at the other homes too, if I thought it would make a difference. I can take it. Grown-ups usually feel better after they hit me a little bit. Kame-sensei tensed beside him. I always have to decide what to do. Run and hide, or protect. It's a much easier choice this time with one of my options taken away. Izuku wasn't even really speaking to Kame-sensei anymore. He was simply verbalizing his thoughts as he watched. Yamada-sensei and Aizawa-sensei had backed away from one another. Yamada-sensei was pacing again and Aizawa-sensei was watching him, saying something. Then, he fell slowly and knelt on the ground, clutching at his chest with the one good arm. He was crying, Izuku realized. I've never seen Aizawa-sensei cry before, Izuku whispered. Yamada-sensei had stopped his pacing and had gone over to Aizawa-sensei, crouching down and drawing him into a hug. I really shouldn't let you watch this, Kame-sensei said, pulling on Izuku's hand. I'll just come back. Don't make it hard, Kame-sensei. The woman sighed, but stopped hugging, opting to kneel beside Izuku and watch the scene play out as well. Yamada-sensei was still hugging Aizawa-sensei. He seemed to have said something Aizawa-sensei didn't like, because the dark-haired man had moved back, pushing Yamada-sensei away. Izuku had tensed once more at the motion, moving to stand from his place on his knees, only to relax back down when no other moves were made. Underscore 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 for once. The fight did not start with Izuku. Surprisingly, it had started with an apology. How it went from an apology to a screaming match was anyone's guess, really. Aizawa didn't even remember at this point. It's the same goddamn fight, Shota, Yamada was yelling. Why can't you see my side of things? Why won't you just listen? He sneered, raising his arms up to the sky as if asking the universe these questions more than he was asking Aizawa. He had walked close. Aizawa could reach out and touch him if he wanted to. Right now, he did not. Aizawa stood tall, bringing himself to his full height despite still being shorter than Yamada. I do listen, Aizawa hissed, stepping towards Yamada now. I have listened to every complaint, every correction. You have just been too busy finding things that I'm doing wrong to notice. I've listened to your side. I understand you sighed. I just don't agree, and that pisses you off. Aizawa said, his entire body shaking with rage and pent-up emotion. Don't lie to yourself, Shota. You and I both know that you would never take the time to see my point of view. You've always been the one to take charge. I'm not lying. I'm so FC sick of being called a liar. Aizawa seethed, barely allowing Yamada to finish his sentence. You want me to be less reckless. You want me to put my life first in every situation. You want me to be the perfect caretaker for Izuku. The perfect teacher. The perfect hero. But I can't. I can't, Hizashi. Aizawa's knees gave out as he said the words, and he was suddenly on the forested ground. I can't be perfect for you. I can't meet every one of your expectations. Aizawa's chest hurt as tears started to fall. When had he ever been a crier? Yamada came over quickly, wrapping him in a hug. The warmth of the man's touch, making Aizawa lean into him. I don't expect you to be perfect, Sho. Yes, you do. Aizawa said through a hiccup. You nitpick everything. It's like you want me to change who I am. You want me to put myself first, to be less reckless. But I'm a hero, it doesn't matter if it's underground. You do the same sit that I do, so why does it bother you so much? You know what our jobs entail. You know the risk. You can't honestly tell me you wouldn't have stepped forward to save your own class. Yamada was silent. If it's not that, then you comment on how I handle Izuku. But I've never been responsible for a kid before, Zashi. Hell, I've never even had personal conversations with any of my students like some of the other staff had. I'm going in blind, and I know I'm making mistakes. But it's not helpful for you to point out every time I say something that hurts the kid. You think I can't recognize the pain on his face for myself? FCK, Hizashi. I'm sorry, Hizashi murmured. But this only served to anger Aizawa more. I don't want your apology, Aizawa said, pushing Yamada off of him. The man fell back, barely catching himself. I want you to be around. I want you to be present. I want you to listen, and to stop judging my every F-seeking action. You said that I don't listen, but you are the one who has been avoiding me. You are the one who won't even let me speak. Yamada stared at him from 6 feet away. He didn't say a word for a while as Aizawa continued to draw in ragged breaths. Say something. Aizawa said once he had calmed himself some. I don't have anything to say. But I can listen. I'll listen, Shota. No judgments. No expectations. The man said, moving to sit cross-legged before him. Aizawa looked at his husband, unsure if he should actually speak. Unsure if this was even the right time to bring Izuku into a conversation, especially one that had been so heated just moments before. But he couldn't stop himself in the end. No judgments. No expectations. Those words were his lifeline, and he held on to them tightly as he started. I almost lost him. Back at the Yasuji, Izuku could have died. Yamada nodded, eyes softening. It would have been my fault. I wasn't strong enough to hold them back. Izuku completely ignored me when I told him to run, to hide. I think he would ignore me again if a similar situation came up. And that scares me, Zashi. He's just a kid. He's been through so much. He doesn't deserve to be killed just because some villain thinks it would be funny. Yamada shifted, but still stayed quiet. Aizawa was grateful. He didn't think he could stop himself from saying what had been on his mind anymore. You aren't sure if he should be in the hero course. CPS makes a good point that it's too dangerous. I understand that. I get where you are coming from. But I know Izuku. If something were to happen, he would jump in without a second thought. I've seen him do it countless times, and now I've seen him do it almost at the price of his life. Isn't it better to train him? Teach him how to be more responsible and to work within the law. Despite the dangers, at least he can make correctable mistakes at school, if we don't let him. What happens when he goes back to the street as Deku again? Because he will. How do you know he will, Shota? The question didn't have the accusing air that Aizawa had been expecting, which put the man at ease. Yamada really wanted to know. Because it's who he is. It's who I am. If I was banned from being a hero, it's who I would be. And Izuku doesn't lie. Not like that. He's told us multiple times that he would do just that. Should he not be allowed to become a hero? Even if I didn't see myself in him, could we ever take that risk? Okay, Yamada said, allowing Aizawa to continue. I hadn't ever prepared to lose Izuku to the system. Even if the kid had died, it has been a possibility since I met him. At least I was prepared in that way. But to just have him taken away against his will, against the will of Yua, Aizawa shook his head. And I couldn't stop that either. No matter what I do, I can't seem to protect this one kid. How am I supposed to be a pro when I can't even protect one kid? It's Shirakumo all over again, Zashi. I was right there. I was just a few feet away, and I couldn't do a damn thing. And the tears fell again, and Aizawa's throat closed up. He was right there, Hisashi. And I let him down. I let you down. I was his partner. I was supposed to have his back. And now I'm letting Izuku down too. And Aizawa couldn't breathe. His vision spotted as flashes of memory came back to him. Underscore 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 Yamada hadn't seen Aizawa this distraught since Shirakumo's death. He hadn't seen the man so incredibly vulnerable or confused or depressed since then either. Yet here he was, drowning in his thoughts just as he had when they were teenagers. Yamada crawled over to his husband, wanting to hold him, but unsure if Aizawa wanted to be touched right now. But then, Aizawa reached out for him. Yamada waited a while before talking, wanting to make sure Aizawa had said everything. You couldn't have stopped what happened. I know. No matter how strong you were. All might couldn't have stopped what happened. I know. It's the same with Izuku-kun. I know. Yamada held him some more while Aizawa shook in his arms. I know all that logically. But I can't stop blaming myself. I can't stop thinking that maybe if I was just better or more. Yamada combed his fingers through Aizawa's hair. Maybe he had been too hard on the man recently. Yamada knew he tended to blame things on others when life seemed out of control. And losing Izuku had made life seem extremely out of control, as if the world had flipped on its head. Aizawa pulled away slightly to look down at the arm, still locked in a sling. Recovery Girl had said it would probably never be quite the same. I'm not done, Aizawa said softly. I'm still listening, Yamada replied. When we got Izuku back, I had thought that things might start getting back to normal. I had thought I would feel a little better to know that Izuku was safe, that he was happy. Aizawa stopped, closing his eyes. What actually happened? Yamada encouraged. He needs me to be there for him, and I didn't even last 2 days before I told him to go away. Yamada had to literally bite his tongue. No judgments. No judgments. No judgments. But what the hell? He told the kid to go away. FCK. But no judgments. I didn't actually say that, Aizawa said, apparently reading Yamada's expression like an open book as he cowered in on himself. But he took it that way. What did you say? Yamada asked slowly, not wanting to come off the wrong way. I was annoyed yesterday. I couldn't concentrate, and he was fidgety. I told him to go for a run, or to go do anything other than sit in the room. When he refused, I commented that he obviously didn't really want to be a hero. That made him leave. Aizawa darted his eyes to the side and moved his hand up to scratch at his cheek, a nervous habit he had when he was younger. Yamada, on the other hand, sighed in relief. That, even if it was taken the wrong way, was not a bad thing to tell the kid. It wasn't perfect, but Yamada, in all honesty, didn't expect his husband to be perfect despite what Aizawa currently thought. Everyone needed boundaries, and Izuku had probably been crossing Aizawa's all weekend by not leaving his side. It wasn't wrong for Aizawa to try to separate Izuku from his side. He probably hadn't been very delicate. But telling the kid to go exercise for a while was very different from telling the kid to simply go away, or to go to his room if the boy hadn't done anything wrong. Exercise really was important, and although it could be used as a punishment, Aizawa had not specified it as such. He had left the duration and what Izuku did up to the boy. He had simply told the kid to go and do something. Aizawa had had a very good parenting moment despite the perceived negative reaction. Why do you think Izuku took it that way? Because I was being an a-hole, as you so kindly put it a month ago. Aizawa tried to grin, but it faltered. No, Shota. Yamada grinned. I mean, what did the kid do to make you think that's how he took it? Oh, he stole 2 of my sleeping bags. I found one up in the vent right after dinner. I still haven't found the other. I also think he has been making this high-pitched buzzing sound somehow. That was the kid? I thought something was wrong with the TV. I also heard it during sparring this afternoon. That's the only reason I think it's the kid. No real proof yet. I think he is planning a few more things too based on what Powerloader said about his conversations with Hatsune today. He's acting out because I screwed up. Yamada couldn't help but laugh a little. No, he is acting out because he is just as afraid of losing you as you are of losing him. And he's Izuku. Pranks is a part of what he does to show his love. I think you mean anger. Well, that too. But so far, they have all been innocent, so I'll go with love this time. When they get as bad as the first prank against ectoplasm, then I will agree that he is probably angry more than anything. Aizawa nodded. I'm sorry. I'm talking. I should be listening. Yamada said hurriedly. No, it's okay. I like your voice. Aizawa said, leaning his head into Yamada's chest. I really needed you this weekend. I don't want to fight anymore. I'm done with it. I want you to come back to bed. I want you to annoy the shit out of me during the day. I feel like Izuku wasn't the only one who was taken away. You left me too. Yamada grimaced, holding Aizawa slightly closer to himself. I haven't been listening to you, Yamada said. I was upset about Izuku more than anything, and it caused me to back away from you. I'm really sorry. Aizawa shifted in his arms, practically sitting in his lap, now as the two sat together. I don't think I will ever be okay with you putting yourself in harm's way, but you were right. It's hypocritical of me to tell you to stop when I won't. I just want you to be safe, I don't want anything to happen. We've already lost one of our trio. Don't let it become 2. Yamada took a shaky breath. I've interrogated you about the USJ to know that you made the best choice for the situation. You made the same one that I probably would have made. It just scares me. Not even Yua is truly safe in the end. Do you still not trust me? Aizawa asked, voice barely reaching Yamada's ears. It was so quiet. I trust you, but I don't think we could ever work together in the field again. Not after this. I don't think I can keep things professional anymore. I can't compartmentalize now that the dam has been broken. You came too close to death, Shota. Now that I know what it's like, I can't trust myself not to jeopardize a mission to protect you. Okay, you'll have to tell your agency. They'll be upset. That's why I work for myself. Aizawa chuckled low and shifted again only to freeze. Izuku, he said. Yamada followed his gaze to find the kid's head ducked down behind a window. Kayama appeared momentarily before disappearing as well. They had both definitely been watching a while. Kayama and Izuku, Yamada sighed. Not a single private moment. Aizawa grumbled. Yamada smoothed back his hair. We aren't exactly in the most private spot. He chuckled. Good thing this didn't turn nasty in any form of the word. You've been around Kayama too much, Aizawa said, shifting off of him. She did mention earlier that all me and you need to do to fix this is have a good foo. Aizawa cut Yamada off by covering the voice hero's mouth with his hand. I know what she said. She said the same thing to me. I don't need you to repeat it. Always a prude. Aizawa glared before his gaze softened. Are we okay? I think some stuff might keep coming up. Yamada replied truthfully. But I think I finally listened. I get that you heard my side too, even if we disagree on topics. So what does that mean? We need to be careful, not to let things blow up again. There are fires still lit that we haven't addressed. Aizawa looked away and bit his lip. Are you going to sleep in Kayama's room tonight? Are you still too upset to be near me? No. I think I'm past that. I really am sorry how hard it's been for you. Especially when it was me who wasn't listening. I'm sorry I keep screwing things up. Making decisions without you. You deserve better. I'll try to be better. Yamada hugged Aizawa close. Aizawa started to go limp in his arms and Yamada backtracked. Aizawa, Shota, are you okay? The man nodded. Just tired. Really tired all off of a sudden. Like the kid, when he ran back. Yamada couldn't help the wry grin that lit up his face. When was the last time you slept? Month and a half ago. Aizawa replied lazily, helping Yamada stand them up. We need to make sure Kayama didn't say anything stupid to Izuku. I will. You are going to take a shower and then go to bed. I can do damage control if she said anything. Aizawa fidgeted again, hand gripping the hem of his shirt. I wasn't kidding when I said I hadn't slept. I don't think I can right now unless you are there. The man grimaced and flushed a bright red. Yamada normally would have teased him, but something told the blonde that Aizawa's emotions were too on edge tonight. So Yamada simply smiled, took Aizawa's hand and squeezed it, then leaned forward to kiss the man on the cheek. Okay, I won't be long then. Underscore 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 Izuku backed away from the window again. They aren't mad anymore. Kayama smiled softly at him. They didn't look mad to me. Although hate sack is definitely a thing. She grinned at the kid, but the comment just seemed to roll over Izuku. That's it? No one gets hurt. They are completely okay now? No more fighting. Kayama paused, thinking on how to respond. Relationships were complicated. Kayama heavily doubted that things were just Aok with Hisashi and Shota now, even if they were significantly better. Whatever had been said tonight had bridged the gap that had been growing between the two. No one gets hurt. I told you that Hisashi and Shota don't hit each other out of anger, though spanking in the bedroom is another story. Kayama winked, but the kid didn't react. But they probably still have some stuff to work through. I think they are a lot better than they were, though. I don't understand. Are they mad or not? Kayama sighed, rubbing a hand through her hair. How the hell did she end up as a teacher? Kids were so hard. And she had been the first of the 3 friends to start teaching too. Think about it in terms of an injury. Just because you are hurt doesn't mean you are dying, right? Right? So, Shota and Aizawa's relationship was injured. Say, a cut. Okay. They didn't take care of the cut at first, so it became infected. Does that make sense so far? Izuku nodded. After it became infected, they tried to heal the cut. The wound started closing. But it was infected? Erasure got onto me once for trying to heal a wound that was infected. Right, Kayama said. So they had to take medicine a break. That's why Yamada and Aizawa haven't been around each other much. What happened tonight was probably the medicine working. They had time apart, so they were able to listen to one another. Are you following? Izuku nodded again. Well, the cut is already mostly healed by this point. But there are still some things that are causing problems. There are probably some things that can irritate the wound. So, Aizawa and Yamada have to be careful. But I think it will be fine in the end. It just takes time and care. What kind of care? Well, sec wouldn't hurt. Kayama said, actually being serious this time. Those two really needed to relax. What else? Izuku said, once again deflecting her words. This child was ridiculously pure. It was a little boring at times. Conversation, Izuku. They are going to have to talk, a lot. Kayama said. But they've been talking. Yes. But remember that the infection was still there. So now they kind of have to try again. Kayama said, drawing back on the analogy. If the talks don't go well, what happens? They try again a little later. Kayama said. Izuku seemed to mull this over in his head, before glancing back out the window, where Aizawa and Yamada used to be. They were probably already inside by now. You said, things could irritate the wound. What kind of things? You are not a problem, Izuku. Kayama said firmly, catching on to the boy's trail of thought. Okay, if you say so. The kid did not look like he believed those words. But, hypothetically, If I was one of the problems, what should I do to make sure I don't? Infect the wound again. Izuku-kun, that's not. You aren't. Yamada and Aizawa reached the top of the stairs, and Aizawa gave Kayama a look that said to stop talking. They had probably heard at least the last part of the conversation. Hey Nimiri, I need to chat with the little listener. Thanks for watching over him. Yamada said cheerfully. Mind wrapping up the mummy when he finishes his shower. Aizawa grumbled slightly, but squeezed Yamada's hand discreetly. 3 short squeezes. Don't be too long. I need you. Kayama had taught them that right after high school, when the two were having issues in the past. Sometimes, it was easier to speak without speaking. Kayama nodded and bid farewell to Izuku, who was currently studying Aizawa intently. But for what? All right, little listener, let's get to your room. It's late. Don't want to wake up any other teachers. Yamada said. Good night, brat. Aizawa huffed. Izuku waved at the man as he was hurried along by the blonde. Underscore 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 I'm sorry, Izuku said upon entering his room. He was tense. Even if Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei seemed fine, they could both still be angry. They could just be saving their ire for him. What are you apologizing for, Izuku? Yamada asked softly. For eavesdropping. But ICC couldn't actually hear you. Just SCU, he said quickly. Yamada-sensei sat on the desk chair and leveled Izuku with a stare as the boy fidgeted uncomfortably, slowly making his way closer to his door as his fight or flight instincts thrummed through his body after years of conditioning. Fights were bad even when they seemed to be over. I'm not angry. Neither is Shota. Though next time, we would prefer if you would give us a little bit of privacy. We were trying not to fight in front of you. Izuku nodded once, running a hand through his hair. Okay, I'm sorry. Izuku, why were you watching? Izuku shook his head. He had told Kayame-sensei earlier, but it was different when telling Yamada-sensei. It felt shameful to think that Yamada-sensei might have hit Aizawa-sensei or vice versa now. Were you afraid of something? Did you think something bad would happen? Izuku didn't answer, letting the man continue. You know, just because me and Shota fight doesn't mean that we don't want you. We still love you. We still want you around. What if I'm keeping the cut from healing? Izuku blurted out before covering his mouth as he blushed. The cut? Izuku nodded slowly. The cut. Your relationship. Kayame-sensei said it was hurt. Oh, well, Yamada-sensei paused as he tried to catch up with the analogy. Shota and I are doing okay. You are not going to keep us from moving forward in any way. Please, please don't treat me like I'm stupid. Even if I act little sometimes, I'm still a teenager. I know that I cause issues. I know I'm a major factor in your fights. Yamada's face was all the reassurance he needed that his speculations had been true. Izuku-kun, Yamada-sensei hesitated. I won't lie, you come up in our fights. But it's not because of you that we fight. But you fight over me. Well, yes, but that's normal. Izuku flinched back. He knew it was normal. He had experienced it plenty. He always made trouble, even when he wasn't actively trying to. Parents fight over their kids all the time. This is the same thing. Sho and I fight over you because we are your main guardians. Izuku looked at Yamada-sensei in confusion, his head tilting to the side. Parents, if the kid is good, they don't fight. Now it was Yamada-sensei's turn to look confused. Where did you get that idea? Couples fight about important things. They are two different people with their own thoughts. So major choices have to be discussed. And that can lead to disagreement, Izuku. What's more important than a child, another life that needs to be cared for? But that's families that are happy don't fight. Izuku stated again, more firmly. He knew this. He had been told it multiple times throughout his life. Happy families, at most, had disagreements. They didn't have screaming matches in the backyard. Izuku, You are gonna have to let me know where you got that idea from. T-television. Izuku blushed as soon as the word left his lips. It occurred to him how stupid that might sound. When I was at other H homes, they TT told me. B because I was BB bad. They couldn't be H happy like the families on TT television. TH that they used to be BBE like that B before me. Which family told you that? Yamada-sensei asked. His voice was calm, but his eyes were fierce. Izuku flinched back at the look, looking anywhere but at Yamada-sensei. TH a third, and TH the seventh. On daddy. He used to say stuff like that TT too. Well, they are all a-holes, Yamada-sensei said firmly, straightening up. You want to talk about a lie that is one of the biggest lies I've ever heard. Izuku, things happen. Couples disagree, and that can lead to fights. But you are not the cause. Even if I'm not the cause. If I'm the topic that L leads to them GG getting hit. That, Yamada emphasized. Couples hitting one another is not a sign of a happy home, Izuku. People can fight without getting physical. You can fight without hurting the other person emotionally too. But you hurt Aizawa-sensei tonight, Izuku said, an accusing glare reaching his features. Yamada-sensei jolted back from the accusation. What do you mean? He cried. Aizawa-sensei doesn't cry. Deku nearly snarled at the man in front of him when the blonde smiled. Everyone cries, Izuku. And Shota, he's needed to for a while. I wasn't mean to him. He just had a lot of emotion to let out. But he never does that. I'm his husband, Izuku, Yamada-sensei grinned again. He shows me things that he doesn't show others, not even you. So you didn't say anything hurtful? I'm sure I said some hurtful things, but I didn't say them to make Aizawa hurt. There is a difference. Yamada-sensei clarified. Izuku moved away from the door and sat on his bed, thinking. Is he still going to be irritable when I cry? I'm not as angry or sad as I was before. Will this fix his mood? Or is something else the cause? I don't know, little listener. We will have to find out. Izuku frowned, but nodded his head in understanding. I will say this, though. If you really don't want him to be upset, maybe don't mess with him? Yamada gave Izuku a knowing look that had the boy, once more, looking anywhere but at the man. I don't know what you mean, Yamada-sensei. I haven't been messing with anyone. Izuku said. He technically hadn't. He'd only messed with the sleeping bags and the small sound devices. Aizawa-sensei was never physically messed with. I heard that 2 of his sleeping bags went missing. Found one in the vent. Any ideas where the other is? Izuku thought on what to say, not willing to outright tell the man he had it despite the clear signs that he was the one who had taken them. Still, no proof, no punishment. Maybe it will show up again tomorrow. Yamada-sensei grinned even wider. I also heard that a few of the teachers experienced a high-pitched sound coming from the TV. Shota said he heard it during your sparring session too. You don't think everyone suddenly developed tinnitus, do you? That is weird, Izuku said, still looking away. He'd have to go grab the device off the back of the screen. Good night, Izuku-kun. Yamada said, his grin never leaving his face. Good night, Yamada-sensei. It's been so long. I'm so far behind. Can I even be counted as a hero course student anymore? Izuku was lying across his desk in defeated anguish. Lunch was halfway through, and the boy was dreading the afternoon. I'm sure it'll be fine, Shinsu said from his side, taking a bite of his lunch. You're overthinking things. Wanna knows you're in care. Just explain what happened if they pitch a fit. You don't understand. Izuku sighed. Some of them already think I cheated my way in. More probably don't think I belong because I'm quirkless. This absence has just given them all time to solidify their opinions. Who told you that you don't belong? Shinsu asked. I thought you said they were welcoming. You did pass the exam in first place. Tied for first, Shinsu. Tied. And Kaken definitely thinks that I cheated. He'll be so pissed at my absence too. Midoriya. I didn't comment on it before. But who the hell is Kaken? You keep bringing up the name. Izuku flushed. Oh, it's I mean he is. He's a childhood friend. And he goes to UA? In the hero course. Yeah, it's Bakugo Katsuki, Izuku flinched away when Shinsu set down his chopsticks more violently than normal. Bakugo Katsuki. The a-hole who's on level with Anzai. Are you kidding me right now? Why do you care what he thinks? From what you've told me about him, he's just a bully. He's not. He didn't know I'd react badly to his quirk. Midoriya, he threatened you. Izuku flushed a deeper shade of red and hid his head in his arms. He was just angry. It's fine. I deserved it. The green-eyed boy could feel Shinsu's gaze burning into the side of his body. Are you done eating? Izuku looked up in surprise. Almost. I just have to finish my. Hurry up. Izuku flinched at the tone, but did as he was asked, eating the food quickly, only to be dragged away by Shinsu. The two returned their trays and then headed up the stairs. Shinsu, what are you doing? Where are you taking me? You have therapy, so we need to make this quick. The two rounded the corner, only to run into a large group of students surrounding the doors of 1A. Aizawa-sensei opened the door and stepped out into the crowd. The group of students split like the Red Sea and allowed the man to pass. When he saw Izuku and Shinsu, he paused. You have therapy, the man said, eyeing the shorter boy coldly. We know. Just wanted to drop his bag off. Shinsu lied. Izuku fidgeted and looked at the boy nervously. Don't worry, Aizawa-sensei. I'll make sure he gets to Inui-sensei's office, Shinsu said easily. Aizawa narrowed his eyes at the two, focusing on Shinsu. Don't cause an issue, brat. And then the man walked off. What's he talking about? Why would you cause an issue? Oh, nothing. I might have just said some things to Wana while you were away from school. Don't worry about it. Shinsu. But the violet-haired boy was tugging Izuku along behind him, an unusually confident smirk on his face. Izuku was extremely uncomfortable with this unfamiliar side of the boy. As they neared, the door to Wana slammed open and Bakugo Katsuki started to make his way out of the classroom. Oh, Bakugo. Just the guy I was looking for, Shinsu called. The students blocking the door all looked back at Shinsu, stepping back slightly when they took in his CCKY expression. Izuku could feel the shiver of excitement that spread throughout the crowd. It seemed to encourage the idea of a fight. At that, Izuku stopped struggling against his fellow 1C classmate and instead actively tried to get him to back down. Shinsu, come on, don't do anything, Izuku pleaded. The FCK do you want, you city extra? Izuku flinched at the small explosions going off in the blonde's hands. Shinsu positioned himself in front of Izuku. I just want to chat. Come on, you can't tell me you won't even give a fellow student 2 minutes of your time. The FCK? I don't need to give you jack sit. Bakugo, please stop antagonizing other students. Izuku heard Ida call from inside the classroom. Shinsu stepped forward, dragging Izuku with him. Izuku cowered as the group circled around him. Shinsu and Bakugo. You heard you, class rep. Stop antagonizing other students. Shinsu smirked. Bakugo growled and raised a hand, small explosions popping off in his palm before he was suddenly dragged back. Kirishima, holding him off as Shinsu, and consequently Izuku, entered the room. Shinsu, Izuku hissed. The boy only looked back at his green-eyed companion, a strange, pained, or angry look on his face. Midoriya-kun, someone called inside the class. Then, Izuku was getting warm greeting from every direction. Where have you been, man? We missed you. Are you going to be joining training this afternoon? Why are you with this a-hole? I hope you are doing all right, Karo. Shinsu turned to look at Izuku, his smirk replaced with a soft smile as he tugged on Izuku's sleeve, bringing him forward. Izuku stuttered, trying to think of how to answer all the questions being thrown at him. This idiot, Shinsu said, quieting the class. Thought that you might not want him back after his long absence. Maybe we don't. Bakugo growled. Izuku flinched slightly at the words and tone. Bakugo, how could you say that? Of course Midoriya-kun is welcome. Yaoyorozu commented. Yeah, Bakubro, we know you don't like him, but geez, be a little civil. Kirishima said with a small, awkward laugh. Shinsu glared at the blonde boy. Still as CCKY as ever. He sneered. Bakugo shook off the students holding him back, stepping right in front of Shinsu. They met eye to eye, barely 3 inches between them. There was a telltale pop, and then Izuku was between the two, pushing Shinsu out of the way. "Are you out of your F-seeking mind?" Deku yelled at the boy. "He could have seriously hurt you." "You call that a-hole a friend?" Shinsu spat back. "He's the only one in here who is beating you down. Bullshit that you deserve that treatment." Deku backed away. Was this all just to prove a point? Seriously. Shinsu didn't respond right away, taking a moment to catch his breath. "Kaken," Shinsu said in a mocking tone, "is an ass. You shouldn't let his opinion have so much control over you. I thought the hero course was full of stuck-up bastards who think they are better than the rest of the school, but you proved me wrong. The only one who embodies those traits is that piece of shit." "Whoa, let's all just calm down here, all right?" Kaminari said, trying to keep the peace as Bakugo struggled against Kirishima. "No," Shinsu growled, standing. "I told you all that Class 1C would defeat you in the sports festival, and you are staring at the one who can do it," Shinsu said, pointing to Izuku, who was still kneeling on the floor. "He deserves to be here more than many of you, and if that arrogant, narcissistic prick is going to say otherwise, then maybe he needs a taste of humility. What do you say, Bakugo?" "Shinsu, stop," Deku said, standing quickly and holding out his hands to calm the boy. "You can't use your quirk outside of training." Shinsu froze, looking down at Izuku with fury in his eyes. Then he relaxed. "Don't you ever F-seeking say you deserve to be treated with anything but respect," the boy said. "Okay," Izuku replied. "I told you not to cause a problem." The entire class, including Shinsu and Izuku, froze at Aizawa-sensei's voice. "Don't you all have somewhere to be?" the man drawled, glaring at the students. Most of the class rushed out the door at his words, careful not to jostle the teacher as they left the room. Kirishima continued to hold Bakugo despite the blonde no longer struggling. Izuku still stood in front of Shinsu to hold him back as well. "Let me go, city hair," Bakugo growled, finally being released by the redhead. "Why can't I leave this class for 5 minutes without something happening?" Aizawa groaned. His eyes snapped to Bakugo. "I've already spoken with you the last time you and Midoriya interacted. I suggest you be civil, or you can pack your bags and leave." "But I didn't start it," Bakugo yelled. "I know," Aizawa said, turning toward Shinsu. "That's detention, Shinsu. Today and tomorrow afternoon. You start one more fight in 1A, and I will have you banned from this classroom. Is that understood?" "Yes, sensei," Shinsu murmured. "Now, I don't know what started this, nor do I particularly care, but you all have things to do. Shinsu, you are late for class. You had better inform Cementos to schedule your third detention on a separate day from mine. Now go." Shinsu did as told, looking back at Izuku with a small smirk. Deku nearly cursed at the boy. "Bakugo, I warned you that if you used your quirk outside of class time once more today, you would have detention. So I will see you after school today as well. Now go get lunch before I have you do training on an empty stomach." The blonde growled, but left the room as well. "Kirishima, why are you even still here?" Aizawa asked. "Sorry, sensei," Kirishima said as he headed for the door. Midoriya, I'm glad you're back. But your class is crazy. First the a-holes from the first week, and now Shinsu. And I thought Wano was bad." "Go, Kirishima." "Yes, sensei." And the redhead was gone. Izuku looked at Aizawa, feeling uncomfortable with the situation. I didn't know he was going to DDDO that. I swear, I wasn't looking to pick a fight," Izuku said. Aizawa sighed. "When it comes to Bakugo, maybe you should stand up for yourself, problem child. Shinsu has a point. You earned your place here whether Bakugo agrees or not." Aizawa's eyes narrowed as they focused on Izuku's hands. "Go to your therapy session like you were supposed to do in the first place." Izuku looked down at his hands and immediately loosened his grip, noting the indents his nails had made in his wrist. "Yais, sensei." underscore 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 Deku spent the remaining 20 minutes of therapy pacing the length of Inui Sensei's office, recounting what had happened in the classroom, and providing the counselor with a wonderful selection of new insults that he had made specifically for Shinsu. Why would he go and do that? I told him I was nervous, so he decided to go and pick a fight. What's wrong with him? Now 1A is going to be all funny and Kakin will definitely hate me. FCK. The last word was punctuated with a kick to the door. It sounds like Shinsu was feeling protective of his friend. If the roles were reversed, would you not also have done something similar? Deku paused, thinking about what the counselor said before plopping down on the couch. Yeah, probably. Deku ran a hand through his hair before looking at Inui. What do I do now? What if Bakugo retaliates in class? What if Wana takes his side? What if they ask me a whole bunch of questions and I freeze up? You could always try to take a breath. A breath? Yes, just take a breath. Deku looked at the man like he had grown an extra head. How is that supposed to help me? If you freeze, take a moment to calm your mind. If you have to, step away for a few seconds. Then, come back with an answer. If Wana turns against you, which I think is unlikely considering all that you have just said, take a breath and move past it. You've faced worse before. If Bakugo retaliates, well, you are quite capable of handling yourself physically. Mentally, you need to breathe before reacting in a way that will put you in trouble. Go find a teacher if need be. So basically, think before I act. Deku said, rolling his eyes. Basically. Yes, you also need to breathe. We can think all day, especially you. But if you don't focus on something, your thoughts will run circles in your head. So, take a breath. You are the least helpful person when it comes to this stuff. Deku said as he buried his face in the pillow. Therapy is pointless, I swear. Underscore 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 Izuku walked in on a mostly full classroom. A few students were missing, including Bakugo. But overall, Izuku was facing the majority of 1A. Midoriya-kun, I'm so glad you're okay. Uraraka-san said as she came close. She held out her arms as if she was going to hug him, but dropped them when he stepped away. Sorry, I forgot you don't like to be touched, she said sheepishly, rubbing the back of her head. It's okay, Izuku said. I'm GG glad you are okay, TTO, he added as an afterthought. After all, it had been 2 months since the USJ. Even if Wana hadn't seen him around, or even known he'd been back at school for most of the past month, he had known that all of them were doing just fine. Thriving, in fact. What happened to you, man? Kaminara-san asked. You just disappeared. I've been in 1C, Izuku said. You didn't come to visit? You didn't come say hi? Hagakure-san shrilled. Izuku flinched back slightly. He could still leave. Tell Eraserhead that being a hero just wasn't in the cards for him. He wouldn't have to deal with the questions about why he hadn't even greeted anyone. Calm down. Let's give Midoriya space, Ida-san called. Izuku sighed in relief when he was permitted to travel the length of the room to his seat. It was short-lived, however, as Ida-san was by his side shortly after. Of course, the high-strung boy couldn't follow his own instruction. I hope you have been well. I am terribly sorry if the class had in any way made you feel unwelcome, as most of us were simply waiting for the day you would return. We thought you might have been more injured than Aizawa-sensei was letting on, Yaoyorozu said. We thought you might not be able to even attend school. I'm fine, really. I'm not even hurt anymore. Then why didn't you come back to class? Jirao-san questioned. Izuku looked down at his desk, suddenly feeling really silly for not at least showing the class that he was okay. It now occurred to him that the last memories this class had of him was probably of him being wheeled out of the yacht on a gurney. Midoriya-kun. Izuku looked up to find Asuasan, her hands folded in front of her tightly. Before anything else, I wanted to say something to you. Okay. Thank you for saving my life, the girl said. Izuku jolted at the words. But I didn't, Eraserhead. He's the one who. No, Midoriya-kun, Asuasan said. Aizawa-sensei never could have held on for long. Without you drawing Shigaraki away. Many in the class flinched at the name. Without you drawing him away, I would have been turned to dust. So, thank you. Asuasan said with a bow. You don't have to thank me. Really? You would have done the SS same. You were crazy awesome, Minetasen cried out, making Izuku jump in his seat. I mean, you were fighting side by side with Aizawa-sensei. He, completely trusted you to have his back. Izuku blushed. These kids had no idea how long it took to build that trust. How much training it took to get to a good enough level. So, you said you were in 1C. Why didn't you come back to the hero course? Shaojasan asked, voice low and soft. Were you scared? Because, I totally get that, but we could have helped you. Ashidasan questioned. Oh, no, it's not that, Izuku said. He didn't particularly care for sharing personal information, but it wasn't like the class didn't already know he was in foster care. I was pulled out. What do you mean? Uraraka-san asked. After the SG. B because I got H hurt, or B because I'm quirkless. The S state said it was too dangerous. SSO I was RR removed from OA and S sent to a new HH home. I wasn't a student for a WH while. Shocked silence echoed through the room before suddenly. Everyone was in an uproar. Why would they do that? That's so unfair. They can't just take you out without warning. What about your education? Didn't you have any say? The loud voices and multitude of questions were overwhelming. Izuku had never liked crowds in the first place, and now without Deku blending into Izuku, his bravery was negligible unless the other side took the forefront. Of course, Deku didn't interact with people Izuku's age. He never had. Breathe. Inuasan's voice echoed through his mind. Breathe. So Izuku did. In 5 seconds. Hold 3. Out 7. After a few times, the noises stopped as the class backed off. 2 more breaths and Izuku looked up at Wana. I don't have any say, either. State CC can do WH whatever they want. It's just H how it is, he said, answering one of the questions. Why new FF fosters were nice though. I was supposed TTTO be H homeschooled. But they let me attend CC classes at UA. They let me stay caught oop, while PP principal and Nizu petitioned the courts FF for my return. Well, I suppose it's good that everything worked out, Yairzusen said, taking the lead for the class. Yeah, I guess. Oh, Midoriya, Uraraka-san said sadly. That must have been so hard on you. To just be moved without warning. Izuku tensed and didn't respond. He didn't need to disclose his emotions on what happened. Not with kids he hardly knew. Not to bring up a sore subject, but can we go back to the UST for a second? Mineta asked, earning glares from multiple people in the class. The G-headed boy didn't seem to notice. You were seriously hurt. Are you sure you're okay? The glares softened at his question. I already said, I'm fine. And no physical injuries remain. But what about other injuries? I still have nightmares, Mineta said. Izuku flinched. EMFF fine, he said again, much less convincing. You would be, wouldn't you? Came a new voice, Kaken. The class tensed, but allowed him to walk forward. Izuku noted that Kirishima and Kaminari were prepared to pull him away. HHI, Kabakyu-gausen, Izuku said, looking away from the boy. Sorry about SH Shinsu. IDD didn't know he was going TTO. Shut up. The words were quiet, calm. It scared Izuku more than if Kaken had exploded. You think you can just show up again? After disappearing for over a month? Izuku stilled in his seat, begging the Deku side to make a show of himself. Yet, there was nothing. I double was moved. TTTO a D different HH home. ID didn't have a CH choice. Bullshit. Kaken hissed. Bakugu, leave him alone. Everyone knows you've got some weird grudge. Just let it be. Izuku couldn't tell who had said it, but he was grateful for the support. He really didn't want to fight his childhood friend. Bakugu straightened and looked at the rest of the class before turning back to Izuku. Why don't you tell them who you really are? Then maybe they'd understand. I don't understand. Your friend, that FC cur from 1C, he called me Kaken. The blonde said, voice a low hiss. I had guessed in the past, but I couldn't be sure. Then, at the USG FCK. We need to sit. Come on Bakubro, Aizawa-sensei will be here any second. Kirishima said, looking nervous. I looked it up in the past, when I heard the name. Kaken grit out. I thought it was probably just a coincidence. Then, you came here, to Yua. I almost didn't recognize you at first, Deku. Izuku couldn't look away from the fierce red eyes glaring at him. Then, Aizawa-sensei walked in, and every student bolted to their seats. Bakugu, take a seat. Aizawa said, his voice dangerous. The boy tissed, and moved to sit in front of Izuku. The green-eyed child trembled in his place. Did Kaken know about Deku? Did he know about the vigilantism? He obviously remembered who Izuku was. He remembered the past, though Izuku had a feeling he didn't see it in quite the same way that Izuku did. Underscore 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 underscore. He seriously could not leave this class alone for more than a few seconds. When Aizawa entered the room, Bakugu was once again leering over Izuku, fury coloring his face. Luckily, the boy was not using his quirk. Aizawa did not understand the blonde's intense hatred for his problem child. It would be difficult to balance being a teacher and being a parent with these types of situations. It was something that had almost made Aizawa put Izuku in 1B. In the end, Izuku was in his class, however. He needed to make sure things were kept fair. When it came to school, Aizawa could not allow his relationship with Izuku cloud his handling of other students. Today, we will be continuing one-on-one battle scenarios, Aizawa said. It should be much easier now that there is an even number. The pairings will be drawn at random. Aizawa was cut off by a knock on the door. The man sighed, looking over at the interruption that was now walking into his room. Shinsu. Of course it was. Principal Nezu and Samenta-sensei sent me. The boy said, head bowed from the glare Aizawa was sending his way. He held out a paper that Aizawa quickly snatched. The kid's parents refused to let him stay after school, except for 2 days a week. Cementos had already given Shinsu detention on Thursday during his normal training time for being late to class. So, no detention could be given on Aizawa's part. Aizawa read the paper a few times before sighing deeply. Nezu had suggested the kid do in-class detention instead, and Cementos had agreed. Aizawa glared at the boy who was still standing before 1A. Go sit by the back wall. I will give you work to do once I instruct my class. Stay away from Bakugu and Midoriya. Shinsu nodded and took a separate row to walk to the back of the class. Izuku's eyes followed him, trying to catch his gaze. As I was saying, Aizawa continued, the matches will be drawn randomly. You will take part in at least 5 battles. Should any of you fail every one, I will personally assign extra training that will be attended to before school all next week. The class groaned. If that is a problem, I can always assign extra training for everybody anyway, Aizawa said, a small smirk lighting on his face when the class quit their complaining immediately. Sensei? Minta asked, his hand in the air. Aizawa nodded permission. Are we using quirks today? Why wouldn't you? You've been using quirks for the past 2 weeks. Aizawa drawled. The boy glanced over at Izuku, and Aizawa sighed once more. He ignored the boy and was about to move on when the topic was pushed further. Do we not use quirks against Midoriya, Kaminari asked, voice squeaking near the end at the looks he received. Even Izuku, no, Deku, was glaring at him. Finally, if anything could get the kid to stand up for himself, it was being underestimated due to being quirkless. If Midoriya can't keep up with the class because he's lacking a quirk, he doesn't deserve to be here, Aizawa said. And I firmly believe that he belongs. He added at the questioning look from not only Mainta, Kaminari, and a few other class members, but Izuku as well, the confidence dropping off almost instantly from his previous statement. This kid. He still questioned if Aizawa thought he could be a hero, didn't he? Now, Aizawa finally continued. Shinsu from Class 1C will be joining us today. A wave of uncertain whispers rolled through the class. Due to the incident, before lunch, he has detention. Unfortunately, he is unable to do it after school, so he will be working off his time during school hours. The boy in the back of the room flushed. I expect all of you to show him respect regardless, Aizawa commanded, cutting off the small snigger escaping Bakugu's mouth. He is a student the same as all of you, especially since almost every single student here, with the exception of Kuda, Shaoji, and Jiru, have had detention in the past as well. If I hear one sly comment, you will be joining him. Understood? The class nodded. Shinsu did not look nearly as embarrassed any longer. Go change. You have 10 minutes to reach Gym 4. The class all stood quickly, rushing to get to the gym on time. Shinsu, come here, Aizawa commanded the boy. Shinsu moved towards him slowly, looking towards the ground. Yes, Aizawa-sensei, he asked. If you choose to pick fights in my classroom, you can clean up after them as well. During class, you are to help reset the stage should any damage come to the gym. Yes, sensei. You are missing class time to complete detention. Is Cementos making you make up the work? Yes, sensei. Shinsu growled, looking to the side. Good, Aizawa said. At that, Shinsu looked up, glaring at the man. If it pisses you off, don't go looking for trouble, Aizawa said. You will be missing after-school training on Thursday as well to do your detention with Cementos. You deserve your punishment for acting like a brat, but you don't deserve to fall behind. Come early tomorrow. You can do your second detention with me, then. You're normally at UE by 0630, correct? Shinsu nodded. That should be plenty of time. You can catch up on the work you missed once you write your apology letter. Apology letter? The boy asked. Aizawa grinned. To Bakugo. Not only for picking a fight, but also for the multitude of nasty comments. Can't I just do hard labor? Shinsu asked. Anything else? I don't think so. This is the second time you've gone after Bakugo. This might actually teach you not to do so. Shinsu looked like he was going to punch Aizawa, but made no move to do so. If you do that, I will also talk to Cementos about doing your detention Thursday morning instead of afternoon. I think Izuku wants to discuss things with you too. Shinsu grit his teeth as he trailed behind Aizawa. Welcome to the UE Hero course, brat. If you want to mess around with my class, you will be treated in the same way. Underscore 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 5 battles against students who were allowed to use their quirks. Against students that Izuku hadn't studied in over a month. Who knew how much stronger everyone was? And if Izuku lost every battle, well, next week would be hell. Not only that, but now Izuku had something to prove after Mainta's and Kaminari's comments. He really hoped to be paired with one of the boys just to show them what Izuku was capable of. Then again, didn't Mainta already know after their first lesson? Oh well, sometimes people took a while to learn. Unfortunately, instead of Mainta or Kaminari, Izuku was paired with FC King Takoyami. Izuku calmed himself, taking a breath. FCK. Maybe Inui-sensei wasn't an idiot. He pulled his anxiety together and buried it deep, allowing Deku to fill the space. A soothing calm moved over him. Anger bubbled in his stomach and Izuku could feel his tongue loosen, no longer waiting to freeze and cause Izuku to go mute. Such was the power of bravery. Such was the power of pride. Izuku could be proud of who he was when the Deku emotions took over. He could be proud of all the good he had done. Despite being called useless, Deku was the only part of Izuku that ever did something worthwhile. And now Izuku was training him to become better. He was training himself to be better. Aizawa-sensei had them pair off. Takoyami stood in an upright stance, not bothering with the steadying crouch of martial arts. At the blow of the whistle, Deku was reminded why. Dark Shadow was a mid-range quirk with the capabilities of close-range fighting. Deku, without any support gear, was severely limited to close-range style. The problem: Dark Shadow wouldn't let Izuku anywhere near Takoyami. Without the cover of buildings, darkness, or surprise, Izuku was screwed. He lasted 5 minutes, dodging the damn thing, whilst making sure he remained within bounds. He actually managed to get close to Takoyami, forcing him into a fighting stance at long last, only to be grabbed by Dark Shadow and thrown into a padded wall, halfway across the room. A little extra, but okay. Please forgive me, Midoriya, Takoyami said, holding out a hand to help the boy up. Deku grabbed it after a few seconds of hesitation. I told Dark Shadow not to underestimate you, but he didn't listen. So he became nervous when you managed to get so close and lashed out more violently than normal. I do hope you forgive us. It's fine, Deku said, rubbing the back of his head where it had hit the wall. Thank God it was padded. I've had worse. Winners, one side of the room. Losers, the other. Aizawa-sensei called, pointing to opposite areas. The teacher jotted down names before separating the names into 2 separate hats. The losers were paired with other losers, and the winners were the same. This time, Izuku faced Hagakure. The girl had taken full advantage of her quirk, and thus, Deku could not see her. This also meant she was naked. Before the blow of the whistle, Deku spoke. Hagakure-san, please forgive me should I accidentally touch you somewhere inappropriate. I am not doing it to be an ass. Oh, no worries, Midoriya-kun. You know, I've never really heard you cuss before. Deku grinned to himself. Of course she hadn't. Izuku doesn't curse very often, now does he? He needed to be careful not to let the others catch on. Not stuttering was already a major giveaway that Izuku was FC-ked in the head. He didn't need them to find out more. Deku closed his eyes before Aizawa-sensei called start. Trying to look for an opponent that you couldn't see was off-putting. Better to go ahead and block off that sense, so he was forced to rely on the others. At the whistle, Deku focused. He could hear her quickening steps, her breaths. She was nearing him. He felt the air shift on his right. She was left-handed. He knew that. So it made sense for her to throw a left hook. Deku was prepared, estimating where the punch would land based on her height. He caught her hand. Using his other hand to grab her upper arm, Deku used the hold and shifted. The shift lifted her body in the air, over his head, and plummeting to the ground. Before the start, Deku had positioned himself close to the edge, making sure that any throw would put her out of bounds. Aw man, lost again, the girl pouted. Deku offered a hand. Were your eyes closed? It was less confusing that way. Deku said with a grin. Your quirk is really amazing. I have experience in the dark, so I don't always have to look. But against anyone else, you could definitely take them out. You should work on your martial arts more, though. It would do you good. Your movements are predictable once someone sees you fight a few times. Thanks. Sensei said something similar last week. The girl said, a smile evident in her voice. Once more, the groups were split between winners and losers. If you get paired with someone you've already had, I will pull a new name. Aizawa-sensei drawled. Shinsu was cleaning up some ice from Todoroki's fight against Dark Shadow, while the new groups were called. He already seemed done with the world. Deku grinned pityingly at him, only to be scolded for not paying attention. This time, Deku was paired against Satu, a strength-enhancing quirk. That meant Izuku needed to knock him out of the ring or immobilize him without relying on strength. But how? Satu had trained in judo, just as Deku had. He knew the throws. He knew how to evade them. Getting him out of the ring would be difficult. But Deku couldn't very well hold the kid down, even if he wasn't hyped on sugar. One-on-one fights like this definitely weren't his forte. The only option was to move quickly, before Satu had the chance to eat sugar. At the whistle, Deku was across the mat in less than a second. Satu backed up a step, getting into stance, forgetting his sugar while Izuku was on the attack. He evaded Deku at first, only to lose sight of the boy when he fainted, and then ducked diagonally below the larger boy's line of sight. Izuku was behind him almost immediately. With a sweep of his legs, Satu was on the ground. Unfortunately for Deku, the boy had turned with the fall, having enough control to grab a piece of Deku's uniform and taking him down as well. Deku needed to get up. He needed the higher ground. But Satu had grappled with him, switching to American wrestling. Izuku had never studied American wrestling. Maybe he should. Satu had him pinned quickly, but Izuku managed to wriggle free before the 30 seconds ran out. Both boys were now standing, facing one another. Satu could not take his sugar without giving Deku an opening, so he was essentially quirkless. Then again, he was still much larger and stronger than Deku. Not only that, but he was trained. It wasn't like Deku was fighting an amateur. Deku was swifter, smaller. He could move easier. But he was struggling to get the other boy to budge when he was able to land an attack. After trying to use a judo flip, Deku quickly realized that the other boy was much more trained in the art. It would be foolish to try it again. The two went at each other for almost 10 minutes, neither making any headway. The rest of the class had finished already, and were watching their fight, while Shinsu cleaned the aftermath. Aizawa-sensei was also studying the duo, writing notes every now and then. Growing frustrated, Satu attempted to grab for a sugar packet. Deku was on him in an instant, forcing the other boy on the defense, only to be thrown off by Satu's superior weight. Once again, they were at a standstill. If no one wins by the 15-minute mark, I'm calling a tie, Aizawa-sensei drawled. At those words, Satu ran towards Deku. But the smaller boy sidestepped. Unfortunately, Satu stopped before exiting the ring. He was doing the same thing in less than a second. Deku failed to notice the open sugar packet in his hand. As Deku sidestepped once more, Satu downed the sugar. The resulting growth caused Izuku to back off a step. He needed to regroup. He was exhausted, and now Satu was twice his normal strength. How much longer until time ran out? No, he couldn't rely on that. Knowing Aizawa-sensei, now that Satu had managed to activate his quirk, he would discard the time limit. Satu aimed for Deku again. For what felt like the 100th time, Deku dodged. Damn. Satu nearly had him that time. Not only did this enhance his strength, but also his speed and reflexes. This wasn't good. He needed to take Satu out now. Satu caught Deku on the next attack, grabbing the back of his shirt and lifting him into the air. Before the throw, however, Deku reached down, jabbing the boy in the neck. Satu's grip loosened and Deku slipped free, grasping onto his back and searching for the pressure point again. Satu was gripping onto Deku again, just as he found his mark. Deku was already being swung through the air. Midway though, Satu's body gave out. The boy landed on top of Deku, trapping the smaller boy under the larger, now unconscious kid. The class held its breath for a few seconds when neither boy moved. Deku struggled under the larger, but one of his arms was caught under the weight, making the task much more difficult. He was positioned in quite literally the worst possible position to get free. To top it off, Satu was dead weight on top of him, significantly heavier than if the boy were conscious. Aizawa-sensei knelt before Deku, checking Satu's pulse before addressing the boy who was trapped. Can you get out? That depends. Do I lose if I can't? Aizawa-sensei stood, looking at his stopwatch. You have 11 more seconds to escape. Deku struggled more, but in the end, time ran out. Aizawa-sensei knelt back down, studying Deku. That was extremely reckless, the man said. Oh, I hadn't noticed. Deku bit out, anxiety starting to rise from being trapped. Who taught you pressure points? I did. From books. You could kill someone. I didn't press hard enough. I'm aware. Deku growled, glaring up at Aizawa-sensei. A few students from the class shifted nervously at the interaction. It was odd for them to see Aizawa-sensei be challenged. especially to see such a shy kid do so. If this were a real fight, you would be stuck until help arrived. Can you tell me why this is a stupid position to find yourself in? Deku bristled. Can anyone tell me? Aizawa asked the class. Well, help might not come, or the opponent may wake up before it arrives. Ojuru supplied. It leaves you trapped for another villain to easily capture or kill you, Siro said. Very good. Aizawa turned his attention back to Deku. Don't use pressure points anymore. It's too dangerous. If you want permission, you will need to take a class and get licensed. Fine. Deku bit out, taking in a deep breath after the fact, holding back the trembling that was starting to set into his limbs. Satu started to stir and Aizawa-sensei aided him in waking up. It was the easiest way to set Deku free. In less than a minute, Satu was finally awake enough to roll off the smaller boy who darted away, backing up against a wall and falling to sit his knees, having given up on him. Deku's back burned, and his body felt heavy from the constant contact from the other boy. His mind was fuzzy with memories that he just wanted to go away. The memories always made it hard to think. Water. Deku looked up sharply to find Shinsu offering him a bottle. He took it and drank. Aizawa-sensei had grouped off the other 18 students, allowing Izuku and Satu to rest for a bit. When he had finished pairing people off, and the next round of battles started, the man went to check on Satu. Deku wanted Aizawa-sensei to check on him. It burned that he was left for last, like he didn't matter. Midoriya. Deku looked up again at Shinsu. The boy was looking at him uncertainly. Then, he moved down to sit in front of Deku and grasped the green-eyed boy's hands. They were in his hair, pulling. Relax. You're okay. Deku let go of his hair and allowed Shinsu to move his hands to the sides, away from one another. Deku noted. Hey, you aren't trapped or anything. You're okay. I know, Deku said. I know, I'm fine. Then, Aizawa-sensei was there. You all right, kid? And that infuriated Deku. Of course he wasn't fine. He almost had a panic attack in front of the class. FC King Erasure had left him trapped. Then he hadn't so much as glanced in his direction until now. This motherfucking bastard. I'm fine. Deku spat. Thank you, Shinsu, Aizawa said, dismissing the other student. Shinsu backed away, clearly not wanting to leave, unlike some a-holes who didn't even want to come over. Izuku. That's not my name, Deku hissed before stopping, eyes going wide as he looked at his teacher. All right, Aizawa said slowly. Wait, it is, though. Do you need to sit out? Aizawa asked, matter-of-factly. Deku shook his head. No. Please don't make me sit out, Aizawa-sensei. Deku said, tempering his anger. Then tell me what you need. Do you even care? You went to Satu first. You didn't. I went to Satu first because you really could have hurt him with that stunt. I will always check on the injured first, whether I want to check them first or not. Just because you're mine doesn't mean I can neglect my duties as a teacher, brat. Why didn't you move him? I was trapped. I couldn't breathe. Aizawa-sensei looked down at himself. Not really in the shape to do that yet, kid. Oh. Aizawa-sensei sighed. I tried to keep you from panicking by pissing you off. It's worked in the past. It worked this time too, I just thought. I know what you thought. The man whispered. I still want you. I wouldn't leave you. I was right there the whole time. Oh. Do you need a moment? Satu is ready to do the next battle, but if you need another minute. And no, I'm okay and now, Izuku said. So, does that CC count as a W win or a loss? A tie. Barely. By the way, if you do that again, you will be joining Shinsu and Bakugo in detention. Izuku grinned shyly at his teacher. But it WW worked. You got yourself trapped. If I was in real DD danger, it would have bought me time. It would have got you caught and killed. Not if you were there as backup. Aizawa glared at the boy. Come on, you know I'm right. Deku said, a sly smile on his face. underscore 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 Deku fought Jiru next, taking her down in a matter of minutes. The girl had gotten better at hand-to-hand, but still needed years more practice, and maybe some life or death training before she would reach Deku's level. To end, Aizawa asked for volunteers to do a 6th round against Sato's and Deku's 5th. Most of the class offered, meaning names were pulled once more. Sato was paired against Aoyama and Deku. Deku was paired against Bakugo. Deku had seen the paper before Aizawa had called the name. He had felt himself pale. He had felt himself grow clammy at the thought of facing the explosions, the fire. Midoriya is fighting Ida. Deku nearly threw up from the sudden relief. Ida beat Deku easily, moving fast enough to simply headbutt Deku out of the ring before the boy could even notice what was happening, something he had done with all his opponents that day. But Deku couldn't care less. He didn't have to fight Kaken. He was safe from the rising panic. He didn't have to fight Kaken.